attendee list is nice and healthy too. So we should be good to go.
Okay, great. So we're now live with the Committee on Taxation. Welcome, everybody. We are going to have work sessions on several bills today. And as we normally do when we start, we'll begin with introductions. And we'll start with Senator Libby.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nate Libby. I proudly represent all of the people who Lewiston and Maine.
And let's see, Representative Senator Puleo, I don't think is with us. Neither is Representative Bickford, from what I can tell. Representative Carmichael.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mickey Carmichael. I represent HD 137, which is 22 communities in Hancock, Washington, and Penobscot counties.
And Representative Collins.
Good morning. I'm Benjamin Collins. I represent House District 42, part of the city of Portland.
And Representative Gramlich. I don't think she's with us.
She's going to be, she'll be here at 10 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. Representative Hanley.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jeff Hanley. I represent District 87, which is Pittston, Alna, Wiscasset, and Randolph.
And Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Ted Kryzak. I represent District 20, Acton, Lebanon, and part of Shapley. And I like Representative Hanley's new haircut.
Yeah. And Representative Matlock.
I second that, Representative Kryzak. Nice haircut, Representative Hanley. Yes, my name is Ann Matlack. I represent House District 92, which includes the municipalities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, Matinicus, Cree Haven, and the Muscle Ridge Islands.
And Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I'm Joe Perry. I represent part of Bangor and part of Orono in the main house.
And Representative Sachs.
Representative Sachs will also be with us at 10 o'clock.
Okay. And Representative Terry.
I am Mo Terry. I represent District 26, the west side of Gorham, and I serve as House Chair. And I echo the sentiments of Representative Hanley's haircut. Very handsome, sir.
All right. And I'm Senator Ben Chipman. I represent Senate District 27, which is part of the city of Portland. We have with us as well Julie Jones, who's our committee analyst, and Avery Page, who serves as our committee clerk. And with that, we will, I guess, get started with work sessions. And we're going to begin with, just so folks know, with LD 262. And then we're going to jump over to LD 1423, and then we'll work down the chart that Julie sent out with LD 501, 1382, 1514, 1524, 1638, and finishing out with 1704. So with that, we'll open up the work session on LD 262. This is Representative Roberts' bill and act to combat hunger by creating a tax credit of 10% of wholesale market prices up to $5,000 annually for businesses engaged in food production for donations of food to tax-exempt organizations. I think we've already actually had a work session on this, so Julie's probably already given us the analysis, but we tabled it because we needed to maybe allow the sponsor some more time to work on some things with the bill. So I don't know if is Representative Roberts with us?
She appears to be.
If she is, maybe we could bring her in and see what she has additional information for us.
Avery, will you let her in? Oh, yeah, you did. Great. Thank you.
Oh, there she is, Representative Roberts. Excellent. Good to see you, Representative Roberts. I think we already had a work session on this bill, but we tabled it, and maybe to give you some time to work on some things. I don't know if you have some additional information for us today.
I do. I'm not sure how clarifying it's going to be. So the issue was a possible double benefit, as I understood it. And so working with policy analysts, and with Julie, we looked at, let me get the language here, getting around it with having eligible taxpayers take the credit of the first 5,000 of eligible donations and allow them to take any amount above 5,000 as a deduction. And then I kind of talked that through with Julie. I believe I forwarded at least to Representative Terry. If I didn't, I don't know if I included, did you, Senator Chipman? And she can probably share her conversation better. But my understanding is, after Julie's conversation with MRS, their conclusion that the effort to avoid duplication of a charitable deduction for food donation and the proposed credit would probably result in greater complexity in tax administration, and recommended that if the intent of the credit is to encourage food donation, it might be better just to leave it as is. So, and then kind of my thoughts on that are that the demographic that I'm looking to target here, our farmers, our fishermen, I don't believe it is going to be the same group of people that are making substantial outside charitable donations, and this would be their tax break there, and also increasing our donations to our food pantries. So I feel like it may be a duplicate benefit. I'm just not seeing that there would be a substantial overlap if that was the case.
Okay. Thoughts, discussion, questions from members of the committee?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Julie. You're on mute, Julie.
Sorry. I just wanted to mention Representative Roberts was reading some from an email that I had sent following discussion with Maine Revenue Services, and you might want to ask them to comment on the difficulties that are presented by having by trying to eliminate the double deduction in terms of how you determine when the credit applies and when the deduction applies, and a variety of other issues. So if you are interested in more about that, I would just suggest that you bring them in to talk about it. I wasn't necessarily following all of it, even except to the point of understanding that they were pointing out that ultimately, when it got right down to it, that it might be less work for everybody, and more work for people means more administrative costs. That it would probably mean less work for everybody to have there be both the availability of the deduction, which follows through from a federal deduction for charitable contributions of food, and to have the credit available on the Maine level as well. There may be people who are not claiming the deduction on the federal level who might be claiming the credit on the state level. But it would be hard to keep the two straight if you were needing to balance one off against the other for state tax purposes.
So we have Ms. Papadoc with us. Perhaps she could fill us in on a way to make this work or not.
Okay. Yeah, if Ms. Papadoc would like to come on the screen and join us, that would be great. Welcome, Ms. Papadoc.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, so we looked at the charitable contributions of food under the code, section 170. What happens is there is a federal calculation for contributions. Farmers, fishermen, and aquaculture folks. So the economies of working with the federal information that's already established, there's a worksheet, and the worksheet walks people through the fair market value of the property, asks for the fair market value of the property, and asks for the basis. Well, how much did it cost to grow this food? And the federal deduction says the cost to grow this food, it's going to be either the lesser of twice the cost of growing the food, or the cost of growing the food plus half of the difference between the fair market value and the cost of growing the food, whichever is less. So generally, for most smaller farmers, and fishermen, et cetera. It's going to be twice the tax basis. So this is already in the federal code. The folks may already, people who would be affected by this bill will probably be already having this calculation done by their tax preparer or by themselves. It is a deduction on the federal side, and we could use that number for the deduction as a basis for the credit for this bill. And so we'll say if there's a 10% credit of the deduction amount. So it'll flow through the return on the federal side as a deduction. If they want to use that same calculation that they've already done for the federal return and use it as the basis for the credit on the state side. And then if there's no concern regarding the deduction for the state and the credit for the state, then that's the policy that's being made. But the deduction is already available to these folks to put on their tax return for the federal. We can use that bottom number, and whatever percentage you put to it, you can adjust that accordingly to how much you wish to have for credit. And we do have language.
Okay. Any questions from members of the committee? Does this seem like something that's workable? Go ahead, Representative Terry.
I was just going to make a motion ought to pass as amended with the language from MRS and a fiscal note.
Okay, so we have a motion of ought to pass as amended using the language from MRS with the fiscal note. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Matlock. Motion made by Representative Terry. Any further committee discussion? Okay, well, we've got a motion on the table. All those in favor, please signify. So, you have the votes, Avery?
Actually,
those-
you could read them.
Yeah. I have Senators Chipman and Libby, Representatives Terry, Collings, Matlack, and Perry.
Okay. All those opposed?
And for those opposed to the motion, I have Representatives Hanley, Carmichael, and Kryzak.
Okay. So that motion prevails, and what's the report of the those in opposition?
Ought not to pass.
Oh, not to pass. Okay. Great. So that passes. So we'll now close the work session on LD 262, and we will open up the work session on LD 1423. This is Representative McCrate's bill, an act to prevent and reduce tobacco use by ensuring adequate funding for tobacco use prevention and cessation programs, and by raising the tax on tobacco products, and to provide funding to reduce disparities in health outcomes based on certain factors. And if Representative McCrate's with us, we could bring her in. That she may want to provide some additional information to the committee, but I don't know if she's in the waiting room or not.
Got her.
And we'll let Julie walk us through the analysis, and then we'll see if the sponsor has some additional information. Take it away, Julie.
Okay. Yes, this is Representative McCrate's bill, as you said. It does a number of things, actually. It ensures that funding for the existing tobacco prevention and control program administered by Department of Health and Human Services may not be less than the actual revenue collected on the sales of all tobacco products plus available funds in the Fund for a Healthy Maine, or the amount of funding for state tobacco control programs is determined by apparently the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends the amount of funding that each state should have for state tobacco control. So the bill has language in it requiring that the amount of funding for the state program would have to be, could not be less than the lower of those two items, the amount of revenue available in Maine or the recommended amount from from the feds. The bill increases the cigarette tax from $2 per pack of 20 cigarettes to $4, doubling it beginning November 1st, 2021. Because of the way taxes on other tobacco products are set up, the statute provides that if the tobacco tax is increased, that the tax on other tobacco products is also increased by that same percentage. So they're going to double as well, I assume. And finally, this bill would provide that for purposes of tobacco use and prevention cessation, $7 million would be appropriated annually in order to attain the amount of funding recommended by the Federal Centers for Disease Control. And that for that $10 million would be appropriated annually, but only for the 2022-23 biennium, for DHHS to do or sponsor research, to research, identify, and reduce health disparities in healthcare outcomes based on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identification, income, educational attainment, or geographic location. There's also point out there's a similar bill, LD 1693 in the Health and Human Services Committee. It has a lot more prevention and health initiatives in it, but it also does propose to increase the tax on cigarettes by the same amount from the $2 per pack. And that bill has not been heard, and the staff from the HHS committee have told me that they have requested to carry it over till next session.
Okay, we've got a couple of hands up. Representative Kryzak, followed by Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During the hearing, I had asked a question and I haven't heard the answer yet. I'm hoping somebody from MRS can tell us. This program was started with the money from the tobacco settlement, and I was just wondering how much money is left in that program?
I can promote Ms. Method because I think this would be a sales tax question, but I'm not sure if she'll be able to answer that. If not, we can add somebody else in.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be a sales tax question. I think it's going to be a Fund for Healthy Maine question. I'm not sure who. Let me see. List of attendants here. We did there was some information that was received, which I emailed to you within the last week, that we received after the hearing. I don't know. I'm not sure who some of these people are that are on the attendee list. Maybe they can volunteer. I know Hillary Schneider is with the Maine Cancer Association, and she may have some of that information, or Ms. Method may. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm taking her out of consideration unfairly.
Well, while Ms. Schneider is on her way in, perhaps Ms. Method, if you do have an answer, would you mind?
Well, and we have Ms. Drag, who I do not know.
I
is showing up on our list too. Perhaps she can.
Sorry, I actually brought her in by accident.
Oh, okay.
So, Ms. Method, do you have a response to the question, or do you know the answer?
Julie is correct. We do not administer that fund, and so I would not know how much is in that fund.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said Julie is correct, and MRS does not administer that fund, and so I would not have any idea like how much is left in the fund.
Okay, so seems that there's nobody with us now that can answer that question, but maybe we can come back to that.
Sure.
Ms. Schneider is on her way in.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Schneider. Do you have a response to the question from Representative Kryzak?
Yeah, and I provided some follow-up information to the committee. Essentially, the tobacco control program was established in statute in 1997 by the Maine legislature. It's currently funded through a few sources. One is the Fund for Healthy Maine, which the Fund for Healthy Maine was also established by the Maine legislature to receive the funds from the 1998 Tobacco Minister Settlement Agreement. I'm currently in the current fiscal year funded. The legislature in the last session allocated through Fund for Healthy Maine and through a portion of tobacco tax revenue. The program is funded at $13.9 million. That was reduced to $13.8 million through a curtailment order related to COVID. The biennial budget that the legislature passed a few weeks ago is short $5 million from the current funding level. And as this bill has $7 million allocated to bring it up to the US CDC recommended level of $15.9 million. The tobacco settlement brings in, it's related to national cigarette sales. And so it brings in somewhere around $40 million a year. In my testimony is a graph that shows the tobacco related revenue. We bring in over $100 million in tobacco tax revenue. So it well exceeds the US CDC recommended level of 15.9 million. I hope that answers your question. I can answer specifics.
A follow-up, if I may.
Sure, go ahead, Representative Krajicek.
So did we get the settlement over time, or did we get one big month? So each year, go ahead.
The settlement is in perpetuity, which means forever until there are no more cigarette sales in the nation. And Maine gets a portion. I believe it's based on a number of factors, but partly based on per capita. We did get in the last biennial, in the 2019 session, there was, so there is a portion that it has been withheld by the tobacco manufacturers that the state has to meet a set of criteria for the state to get it. And that is was litigated just about every year and would result in arbitration hearings. And so you would get revenue from many years ago. And so around 2019, the state settled a number of those years. So there was a significant influx of Fund for Healthy Maine dollars due to that arbitration settlement in 2019, which settled a number of years. But there's a base amount that comes in every year in perpetuity. It does fluctuate every year, but in a somewhat predictable manner. And so it's been around high 30s, low $40 million. And it's in the revenue forecasting report that is delivered to the Appropriations Committee is the estimated amount. And then also there are documents from OFPR that show you what actually has come in, but it's reflected in every revenue forecasting report.
So if we were to raise the cigarette tax, would that mean we would get less money from the tobacco companies?
No, that would mean you would get more tobacco related revenue, and you would also pass a evidence-based public health policy to reduce and prevent tobacco use.
Thank you.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm actually, like I voiced before, my concern is about taking that money out of people's budgets and having underprivileged kids and low-income families do with less. But I also have a concern about the stores who have to, pay this. So if, with your permission, I'd like to ask Representative Perry about that, how it would affect his store. If you share that.
I mean, he wants to, but we don't typically ask questions of other committee members in the work session. But if Representative Perry wants to speak to that, I guess we'll leave it up to him. But you care to speak to that, Representative Perry?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I mean, I'm in a tough position here because I don't like anything about cigarette smoking.
Agreed.
And I don't like anything about selling cigarettes. However, in a neighborhood store like mine, it's one of those things, if I did not sell cigarettes, I don't believe that would stop anyone from smoking, but what it would stop is my neighborhood from having a food store that they desperately need. I intend to vote against the bill. I will vote to carry it over if that's what I heard would like to be done. And my intentions are to try and work with the sponsor and the committee to find some things we can do on implementation to make it easier on businesses like mine. And my rationale for voting against it is not my own pocketbook. It will have an effect, but it goes beyond that, and it has more to do with my customers and some of the things I see. But I'm listen, I'm down with the goal of preventing tobacco use, and this does have an effect. I mean, what I do see hands-on though, in many cases, is price. Generally, the people who quit because of price are the ones who can afford to pay it and choose not to. People who are really struggling, it tends not to. They're not the ones who tend to quit over price. But I hate to see kids starting, and I know price is a barrier to them. So I have many mixed feelings on this, and for some businesses it will be tougher than others. And to be honest, if you go back to when we went from $1 to $2, that had a much harder effect on the wholesalers, because they have to put that money up front to inventory their inventory. And basically the wholesalers are all gone out of the state of Maine now. They're all multi-state wholesalers, and they all have very deep pockets. That consolidation has occurred. I don't think this is not putting more wholesalers out of business. They will absorb it, and we'll move on. So I don't know. I've got mixed feelings on the whole thing.
Thank you for that, Representative Perry. I guess I'd like to, at this point, chime in and say I strongly oppose carrying the bill over. We have not raised the tobacco tax in 15 years, I believe. We did do equalization last year or last session, but we did not raise the actual tax, and it's not been raised for a long, long time. We know from facts, from data over the years, when we did raise the tax and when other states have raised their cigarette tax, it's not about getting more money and bringing in more money. It's not about the money. It's about raising the price. Because when we raise the price by $1 or $2 a pack, this bill proposes to do, we know from data, from evidence over the years, that does discourage people from smoking. It does cause some people to go and quit and seek cessation services, which we are offering. We'll hold people's hand. We will help you quit. But this is about public health. It's about lives. It's about keeping young people from starting smoking. It's about helping other people stop smoking. It's about discouraging the use of a cancer-causing, known, proven cancer-causing product that is costing lives in the state and across the country. And I do not want to wait another year to increase the price of cigarettes to get people to quit and discourage people from starting for another year. That's another year of lives lost. It's another year of cancer and health issues that cost all of us a lot of money. When someone who's low income, who may not have health insurance, gets cancer, and they go through those cancer treatments, and maybe they survive, and hopefully they survive, and maybe they don't, unfortunately, in a lot of cases. But when they go through all those treatments, all of those healthcare costs, if they don't have healthcare, we pay for that. We pay for that big time. And so there's a number of reasons why I do not want to carry this bill over. I respect where people stand on the bill. I'll be supporting the bill. I think it's the right thing to do, but I don't want to carry it over. I do respect the concerns and issues that we have around small businesses. And I think that we can work something out on that, potentially in the form of a floor amendment in the House and Senate, which I'll support. On the record, I'll say that right now. Any compromise that's worked out to help relieve small businesses, I will support an amendment on the floor, but I don't want to hold off on taking action on something so important. So we have some hands up. Representative Hanley, I don't think you've spoken yet. Do you have a question or like to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Listen, this is a question of personal freedom. We know that I agree, smoking is not a good thing to do. I don't encourage it. I understand all the health complications, but we live in a free society, and this product is denied to children. Grown men and women who are adult citizens in a free country have the right to choose things. And it's obvious that you can't tax the use of it completely. You'll never raise taxes high enough to get rid of it. What you will create is a black market sooner or later. And it's almost a schizophrenic thing that we do in this state, is that we just legalize marijuana, which people smoke into their lungs. I don't see anyone marching for that cause. And what about alcohol? How many people a year die from alcohol? I don't see any marching for that cause either. It's the same drumbeat about punishing people that smoke cigarettes or use tobacco products. They're all adults. They're free men and women. They're making a conscious decision. I say it's enough is enough. I'm not going to support this legislation, even though I understand and dislike what smoking can do to the human body. So, but we're big people, we get to make decisions. Thank you.
Representative Collins, you haven't spoken yet.
Yes, good morning. I almost said good afternoon. I don't know why. It's not even that late, but I wanted to hear from anyone on the panel of state staff or anyone on this committee who could touch on the point. I would like to see us find a way to stop. While I support taxes on tobacco to some extent, I don't know why we can't solve the problem Representative Perry highlighted. Like, why do these small businesses have to put so much money up front? I think that's kind of problematic. I don't think it has to be that way. And I'm wondering, is that something that we can get to, or is that something out of our hands?
Is that a question for someone in particular?
Yeah, it wasn't a rhetorical question. I'm hoping someone can actually answer it.
Can I take a crack at that question?
Sure, go ahead.
So the sponsor of this bill very graciously reached out to me with genuine concern about what this bill could do to a business like mine and others throughout the state, and how could we implement it in a way with the least disruption. And the one answer I have is to exempt the first 200 cartons, or whatever the number, I would say at least 200, maybe all of them, I don't know. Exempt the cartons that a retailer has in inventory. Do not make the retailer count their cigarettes, painstakingly affix a tax stamp to thousands of packs of cigarettes in their business, and then mail the state of Maine $2 per pack. That's time consuming, it's cumbersome, it's a pain, and it is ungodly expensive to all at once absorb that new inventory dollars. So if those cigarettes that are already in a retailer's hands, and you might limit it so people don't buy in ahead of time, but who can afford to buy in ahead of time? A carton of cigarettes is $80. That way, the money that we go up on our prices, we're making the $2 extra per pack, right, for those first 200 cartons. And you might argue, well, why do you get to make the two extra dollars? None of that would go into my pocket, because that would all go into next week's order and the following week's order as I build my inventory at a $4 excise tax. So none of that money would end up in a retailer's pocket. It would end up on their shelves in their inventory, but at least allow them to afford to keep the inventory. And quite frankly, your smokers are your most regular customers who want exactly what they want. So if I don't have the inventory dollars to inventory as many cigarettes as I need, I will have to cut inventory on other things, food and other things I carry, to make sure that I don't, I don't go without something comes in.
I've actually lost Joe this time.
I think we lost you, Representative Perry. Well, we can come back to Representative Perry when his internet starts working again. Representative Terry, you haven't spoken yet.
Well, I actually have a question for Representative Perry. I like the idea of not going backwards and charging the retailers for what they've already purchased. So I wanted to ask him, and hopefully he'll be able to jump back in, if how long it takes to sell an inventory of cigarettes, let's say. And it looks like we have Joe back.
Yeah, Representative Perry, if you can answer that question for.
Somehow I disappeared. So the thing is, cigarettes should be your highest turning item because of the cost of inventorying them. So I would like to turn my cigarettes at least 20 times a year. Generally, some people have to pay cash for cigarettes. Some people get 7 days to pay for the stuff that comes in. But, there's so many different flavors and brands that people want. Some you turn, twice a year. So I would say I would have to start paying the additional tax money within 1 week of the increase. And I would say it would take me 6 months to to completely turn over my inventory. It'd be very, and quite frankly, with wages going up and all the other things going on, I've had to cut a lot of labor for the things that need to be done, inventory put away, things like that. It has become much harder for me just to do the administration stuff, like changing the cigarette prices. I might be 2 weeks getting my cigarette prices up to where they would be, because it's hard to program the computer when you're waiting on customers and the store's open, 15 hours a day. So I would say it's, I don't know, I can't remember the question, but you turn your cigarettes 20 times a year.
Thank you. That's
We
actually
lost you,
helpful. So
we
you
lost
think,
you again, Representative Ferry. Senator Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to offer a different view on some comments that were made earlier with respect to freedom to choose to use tobacco. Beyond that first cigarette, beyond that, there is no freedom in tobacco use because of a highly addictive nicotine drug that affects the brain and the body. I was talking with folks earlier this morning. Anecdotally, most of the smokers I know want to quit. I found some survey results at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that suggest among American smokers, 70% want to quit. About 55% have attempted to quit in the year the survey was done, but only 7% were successful. So I offer that just to register my exception to the comment that smoking is a completely free choice that individuals are making day in and day out. And it's in part for that I'm going to be supporting this bill.
Okay. Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, since Health and Human Services already has a bill on the same subject, and Julie said that it was more involved, and they're carrying it over, why don't we just let them carry this one over, and then they can choose between the two of them?
This bill is in this committee, and that bill is in a different committee. And I
Well,
think
we could send this to them since they're carrying the bill over already. It wouldn't count as one of our bills.
this is a tax bill. This is different than that bill. That's why it came to
The one
us.
in Health and Human Services is also a tax bill.
Right, but it does some other things, and I think that's why it went to HHS and didn't come to us. Go ahead, Representative Carey.
no, I was just going to say the exact same thing. Yeah, they're unfortunately apples and oranges as far as the bills go.
Yeah, is the one at HHS, doesn't that deal with flavors and stuff like that? Is that so that's very different than the tax rate. I mean, it's again trying to get at keeping people from starting by banning the flavors that the tobacco companies are now using to entice young people into smoking, but it's not raising the tax. And we know raising the tax does keep people from starting. It does cause people to make that decision to quit. Flavors are a different way of, definitely another way of trying to address the issue, but it's different.
Thank you. Now I remember. Thank you.
Representative Perry.
Yes, thank you. Just I wanted to respond to something Representative Hanley said, because black market is a real issue. Cigarettes do come with a paper stamp that's affixed to the bottom of it, and God help you if you're selling cigarettes without that stamp on it. But everything else, chewing tobacco, vapes, all these other things that, the vapes went with the last tax increase from like $14 to $22. They're likely to go up to $30, I'm guessing, with this, and there's no tax stamp affixed to that. So I think in the long haul, if this is, even if we don't add this tax, figuring out if there's things we should be doing to prove that tax has been paid on these different types of tobaccos might be good policy.
All right, additional committee discussion. Is there something that we need to do or could do to address the issue around when it's paid and the inventory issue that you brought up, Representative Perry, or is that something we should try to address in maybe a floor amendment?
I think the sponsor might have some news on that.
Okay, Representative McCray, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Yeah, and thank you, Joe, Representative Perry, who just like now gave me a great education on the business. We tossed around a couple ideas, which I shared with the analyst, and there were some potential problems, and part of the problem is we're so close to the end. So the thought was perhaps, as Senator Chipman said, to keep working on an amendment, but not to hold up the bill to do that. As Senator Chipman said, this is deadly. People are getting addicted every day, and let's remember this is a public health issue, and the cost to our families, our individuals, our communities in lost lives, in lost health, in lost productivity means we need to act. So I would say we need to act. And one suggestion that was made just now by one of the advocates was that perhaps you could consider delaying the implementation of the tax, if that would help people get prepared, but not to, to go forward with it. It's as Senator Libby said, this isn't about choice. This is about addiction. This is about purposeful addiction, targeting marginalized people, targeting youth, trying to refill customers because other customers are dying. So let's not be fooled. It's also not about revenue for the state. This would bring revenue to the state that should be used for health purposes. And that's what this bill does. We don't have the level of prevention and cessation that was recommended. This would allow us to do that. There's some great creative ideas about prevention that Hillary Schneider sent on to all of us. We can keep working and being creative. And I think in terms of the small businesses, we can be creative there as well. The idea that Joe and I, Representative Perry and I talked about, had some logistical problems, but because of just how it's all done, but we're not done. We'll still work on that. So I would like to suggest, as Senator Chipman said, we need to do this now. If you want to delay it a few months, that's one thing, but we need to move this forward.
Yeah, Member Creed, I'm not suggesting we do delay it. I mean, I think all the points that I made are it's about urgency. It's about doing this now. It's about public health and helping people not, I'd really rather not delay this at all. I mean, we're several years too late to do this, in my opinion, because we've been 15 years without an increase, and we've seen the smoking rate start to creep up. I mean, we know in the past when we increased the tax on cigarettes, 15 years ago, there was a measurable decrease by a few percentage points of the number of adults in Maine that smoke after that increase was passed. And then over time, that's been eroded and it's gone back up to a higher percentage. So I really, hope we don't delay implementation at all by any amount of time. But Representative Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my question, I think I'm hearing that a 6-month delay in the in implementing this is something that some of us are not interested in. But I watched my mom have a stroke in front of me because of 60 years of smoking cigarettes. So I'm 100% around this. That being said, I'm very concerned for small business owners that this is going to be one of those quick things that hurts them. And, the fact that the last time this happened, MRS came and asked them for money based on something that they weren't looking in, that they weren't anticipating. What I want to ask Joe is, would it be better for retailers? I think I know the answer to this, but would it be better for retailers to delay the start of this program 6 months, or just delay what retailers have to do with getting rid of their old stamps, essentially? Would that be something that would be beneficial, better for businesses? or just starting the whole program 6 months from now, or 6 months from from what we have decided on today.
So I don't know if everyone's frozen. I don't know if you can hear me, but delaying doesn't really do anything. It's exempting the inventory on hand, exempting the first 200 cartons, because if we go up the $2 on the packs we already have, that will give retailers the money to purchase the new inventory at the new higher cost. None of that money will end up in anyone's pocket. It will end up just allowing them to continue to buy their inventory. That's the only thing that will help a retailer, is exempting their inventory that they have on hand, and limiting it, I think, is fine. I think 200 cartons is the right number. Exempting the first 200 cartons of inventory on hand on the day the tax goes up, and then anything they buy moving forward is at the new higher price, making them inventory it. So when we went from $1 to $2, Maine Revenue grabbed everyone they could from the office and sent them out in the field to show up into stores and make sure their inventory was counted. I think we even had to buy stamps and manually put them on every pack of cigarette we had. And then it gave us a little time to remit the money, but that money was never made in profit. So that's the only thing that I can think of that will make the transition a bit easier for retailers.
So I see Ms. Metho has her hand up. Ms. Metho, could you weigh in on the issue around the inventory and any potential maybe solution you might have that we could address to deal with that?
Yes, thank you, Senator Chapman. I just wanted to explain how the process works when the cigarette tax goes up, the process that Senator Perry is talking about. So if the cigarette tax goes up, in this case, November 1st, a lot of retailers already have inventory on hand that they've purchased, right? Mm-hmm. So on November 1st, we ask them to count what is in their store, and let us know how much inventory they have on hand. And for that inventory, because they're going to sell that inventory with the higher tax on it. So for that inventory, we send them what are called interim stamps. So before the tax was $2, now it's going to be $4. So all of the inventory in their store is taxed with a $2 stamp. They give us their inventory count as of November 1st and tell us what that is. We sell them, we send them interim stamps to put on those cigarette packs to indicate that the tax is charged or has been paid on the pack. We give them 3 months generally. This particular bill I noticed in section 4 gives them 2 months. We give them 3 months to actually pay us that extra $2 in interim stamps, because we figure they're going to sell that inventory on hand within the next 3 months. So that's really how it works. We give them interim stamp, and eventually they will get stamps worth $4 on every pack. So that's really how it works. Generally, we have auditors go out to anybody who has not filed a inventory return with us. We just don't have enough staff to send them to every single store to count cigarettes. We generally send them to people that don't return that inventory sheet. And we also send them to, randomly other stores just to make sure that the stamps have been affixed. So that's the way the interim inventory process works when the cigarette tax goes up. And I think what Senator Perry is asking is that we don't require those interim stamps. So they would be selling their current inventory on hand as though it had a $4 tax on it, when it really they've only paid the $2 in tax through the distributor.
The interim stamps that you give them, that they would, pay you for those stamps, I guess, because they're going to be charging a higher price for the cigarettes because we want the price to go up, and it's on inventory that they paid a lower wholesale price on because the tax wasn't in effect when they bought the inventory, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. But they are made whole when they sell them.
Right. Does that sound
Can I weigh in on that?
Go ahead, Representative Perry.
Because we're not made whole. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and it sounds perfectly rational. But let's step back a couple of steps and look at the fact that the cigarette manufacturers dictate the price we have to sell for, but they don't dictate the price the wholesalers sell for. So if we go up $2, the cigarette companies are going to allow me to go up $2. The wholesalers are going to go up $2.20 because they're going to protect their margin. And now look at the new $2 tax and then the additional sales tax on it, and take into account that 2/3 of my sales are by credit cards at a 3% processing fee. Now I have to collect another 3, 6, about 8 cents per pack in processing fees for the pleasure of collecting this money for the state of Maine. So it sounds rational that you're giving tax dollars over to us and we're made whole. This would be a one-time situation where the state did not get their taxes that we were likely collecting, but 10 years from now, that tax will still be there. So I don't look at it as a burden to the state, and I don't look at it as us being made whole. But, there's always, trade-offs on every policy. And so I think that doing that for retailers who are going to suffer the added cost of selling the product forever is a fair trade-off.
But Representative Perry, I mean, it sounds like you pay a certain price for the cigarettes now because the tax isn't in effect. Then the tax goes into effect. You've still got that inventory on hand. The state will send you interim stamps. You're going to pay for those stamps, and you're going to charge that higher price on those cigarettes when you sell them. So you're getting that money back. So it sounds like it's just the credit card transaction amount that you wouldn't get back, which would kind of go on into the future with anything.
Well, the thing is, why don't you come to my store and apply 2,500 stamps to every pack of cigarettes I've got? And why don't you come to my store and make sure my prices all get changed the day before they go up, and I'm not selling them for $2 less a week or two later because I don't have time to get my programs set, okay? And maybe absorb the added credit card processing fee. So what I'm saying is, it all sounds right. We're going to get it back. Everyone's going to be happy. That's not reality. My margins will shrink forever. My inventory costs will go up forever. My processing costs will go up forever. And if we're doing the job right, people will quit smoking. So either we can help people, and yes, maybe you can claim this was tax dollars that should have gone to the state of Maine, or maybe you can't. So I mean, the question is, do we want to do it or not? And I'm voting against it. So that's up to the rest of you to decide if that's something you want to do or not.
I mean, I respect where you're coming from, and I think we all do, Representative Perry. I mean, I just want to make sure we got a good explanation on the issue of the wholesale and the interim stamps and that kind of thing, which I think we did from Ms. Methout. And I'm glad that you're willing to work with the sponsor on a potential floor amendment to do something that could help small businesses, which I think we all want to help our small businesses. But we may not be, obviously we're not going to all be on the same page on this bill today, but Julie's got her hands up. Julie, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention, I just had an email from Mike Allen saying that he'd like to speak.
Oh, okay, yeah. Can we bring Dr. Allen in?
Yep, just promoted him.
Dr. Allen, we see you're here. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I just wanted to remind you that the governor's supplemental budget, which you went over on Monday, includes the LD 1550, which is the ban on flavored tobacco products. And just if the committee does pass out this bill today, you may want to think of them together, because we've already put a revenue impact on the governor's proposal. And if both passed, you can't have them both pass and have different estimates on them. They obviously interact with one another.
Yeah, we would take them up on the same day in the House or Senate. Go ahead, Representative Collins.
Hi, Mr. Allen. Thank you for joining us. I had wanted to ask you if you feel you could answer this. Do you feel that the way that the state goes about collecting the tax and doing the stamp and the process of it with the stores and stuff is the best way? Is there a way to kind of use technology, make it easier, or is that something you'd like to do, but it would be a matter of resources and time? Do you think, in your opinion, that there's a better way we can move to, or an easier, more efficient way to do this?
None that I'm aware of. I mean, the purpose of the floor stocks tax is to obviously prevent pre-buying at the lower rate and then selling those products after the effective date of the sale of the tax increase.
Mhm. Any additional questions from members of the committee? I did want to say something about the black market issue because that came up. I was on the Health and Human Services Committee 4 years ago, and we took up the bill to raise the age to 21, and that was something that at that time Senator Brakey talked about. You know, the black market and how it was going to become a big thing for people under 21. You know, to be able to buy cigarettes once we increased the age from 18 to 21. But I've not seen any evidence of any kind of increased black market on tobacco sales since that time. Just wanted to mention that because that was something that just came up. But we don't have any more hands up. Would someone like to make a motion on the bill or any further committee discussion? Go ahead, Representative Terry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion, ought to pass, with an amendment to allow retailers 6 months or exempting 200 cartons of existing inventory as of the implementation date. Before going into the program.
So that would be to protect their inventory on hand for up to 6 months.
Correct.
They'd still get the interim stamps and all of that, but they'd have up to 6 months to sell that inventory, basically.
Correct.
Okay. So the tax would still go into effect on November 1 under your amendment.
Can I weigh in on that?
Okay. Go. So we have a motion made, moved and ought to pass as amended. Is there a second to that?
Yeah.
Second it.
Seconded by Representative Gramlich. Okay. Committee discussion. Go ahead, Representative Perry.
Thank you. So I think two things kind of got mixed together there. And I think that it's a very good thing to exempt 200 cartons. Above that, fine, prevent the pre-buying and for the people who can afford it and stuff above 200. But I think, so there's no time frame really necessary on that, but I think it might be fair to say after 3 months that retailers have to go through their inventory, and anything at that point, this would just be old, slow moving cigarettes. Anything after say 3 months or 6 months, they need to then purchase stamps to affix to it, just so after there is a date certain when everything should have a legitimate $4 stamp on it. So exempt 200 up front, and then if you want to take step 2 and say after a period of time, examine your inventory and purchase stamps. And that would also prevent people from maybe buying in extra inventory and kind of hiding it out, and doling it out over time. So I think that way might be acceptable.
So Representative Perry, it sounds like you're talking about not doing the interim stamps and delaying the increase on the existing inventory from the time this takes effect out 3 months. And I don't think that, at least I don't support that. I want the tax to take effect on all cigarettes, whether it's existing inventory or new inventory. On the So is that
and depending on what, I'm sorry.
Well, it sounds like you're talking about, am I correct that you want to delay?
But I guess that we would need the
Go ahead, Joe.
I'm sorry, it's just, I can't tell if people are talking or not. I'm not trying to cut anyone off. So I'm saying the first 200 cartons should be exempt. And yes, I suppose if someone has more than 200 cartons on hand, that they would need to get the stamps and do the floor tax and fill out I probably have 250 cartons on hand. And if I know 200 are exempted, I'm going to let my inventory run down for that week because I don't want to deal with the stamps, period. So I'll be doing the opposite of buying in. So, but I don't know, exempt it or don't exempt it. It's all, I guess, comes down to how hard I feel like fighting this. I just think it's good policy and fairness to exempt those first 200 cartons, make people stamp them over 200 cartons, and maybe have a period of time down the road where if you have any old cigarettes sticking around, hanging around, I think that'll just encourage people to get rid of them.
So the Representative Terry, I mean, I just need some clarification because I don't know if I want to support this amendment. I mean, I don't want there to be up to 200 cartons in businesses all across the state that are not getting the interim stamp, that aren't charging the tax, that are being able to be sold at the current price and not the higher price after November 1 out several months. And I want the price to go up for everybody November 1, regardless of whether it's existing inventory or new inventory.
Right. So my thought is that the stamps go out, the first 200 stamps go out, the interim stamps go out free of charge for those retailers that still have that inventory. You know, if what Ms. Methot was saying is fact, that they are asked to send in their inventory on November 1st, they get essentially 200 stamps. And then that will help offset the cost of what their new inventory is going to cost them.
But they paid a lower price for those cigarettes, then they'd get free stamps and they would be able to still sell them at a lower price, or they sell them at a higher price and keep the difference.
They would sell them at the higher price and keep the difference.
Why would we? Okay, so they'd be required.
They've already anticipated that money is going towards that. They've already priced themselves out that way. It's a fairness issue, so that the businesses that are going to get hit hardest with this have a little push in order to make this more palatable for them, and make it so they're not going to get lost in translation or have to owe MRS more money than they anticipated when they purchased the things. I mean, you know, in theory, of course, everybody's going to know about this prior to implementation. But on the off chance that there's a couple of businesses that don't know about this, I want to make sure that they're not left holding the bag, essentially, and owing something that they have not anticipated owing.
But I mean, you just said that the existing inventory would be sold at the higher price like the new inventory would for cigarettes. The consumer is going to pay the same price regardless of whether it's existing or new inventory. But if they're getting the stamps for free, how do we know they're going to sell that existing inventory at the higher price? Why would they need to? Why would they? I mean, they paid less for it. They're not paying for the stamps. So why wouldn't they just sell it at the current price?
They can.
Well, then why would, I mean,
for those 200 cases of cigarettes that they've already purchased, then they're left without, you know, I'm thinking like, in a restaurant, sorry, I know I bring up restaurants often, but if I see a sale on canned tomatoes, I'm going to buy canned tomatoes to last me for a very long time at that sale price. And if they're just going to sit there in inventory and then later on I get charged an extra tax for them, that's going to negate the sale price of that. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So I'm trying to make this so our businesses are not as pushed out as they feel like they are at this very moment. The way the bill is written, I feel like this is a help to them. That's kind of where that's where I am with this.
I guess I'm just wondering how that helps the small business, because they'd still have to put these stamps they're getting for free on the cigarettes. They're still got to go through all their inventory. They got to put those stamps on, and then we have different prices from place to place. I mean, the businesses that have 200 cartons, which is essentially 2,000 packs of cigarettes, up to 2,000 packs of cigarettes on hand, could then decide if they want to charge the higher price or not. And if they charge a higher price, they'd keep the money and it wouldn't go to the Fund for Healthy Maine, which is where it's supposed to go under this bill. And there would be different prices at different places for a few months after the implementation. I don't understand how it really helps the small businesses, I guess, unless they just are charging the higher price and keeping the money themselves, which kind of defeats what we're trying to do with this in terms of where the money's supposed to go. But Representative Perry, can you chime in on that?
Yeah. So I ordered, for example, 100 cartons of cigarettes this week, and it cost me $8,000. Next week, after the tax goes up, I'll order 100 cartons of cigarettes, and it'll cost me $10,000. So I have to have $2,000 extra to tie up right away in my inventory. Now, if you got to know how, firstly, you got to know how cigarette companies, the racket they run, they force us to sell cigarettes basically at cost and rebate our profit up to 3 months down the road. Okay. Yet I'm paying my credit card processing fees monthly. It is a long haul waiting to get your profit on cigarettes. I guarantee our pack profit will be squeezed by this. And so, yes, the tax goes up. I go up $2 on everything immediately. I am making $2 extra a pack on those cigarettes. So my profit now is about $1 on a pack of cigarettes, gross profit. I will make $2 extra, but that money will all go into allowing me to afford next week's order, which is going to be $2,000 higher. If I ever cash out on that extra money, so-called extra money, it'll be 10 years from now when I sell my business, if it survives that long, is when I'd finally cash out on that gift of, but if it's about for Madam Chair, I don't think I would send out 200 cartons worth of cigarettes for free. I think I would say, because those stickers are worth $2 a piece and they can be used anywhere for anything. That's just like money. I would say for a period of 3 months, you can go with an old sticker, exempt the 200 cartons, and after 3 months, make stores at that point buy stickers for anything that still has the old $2 sticker on it.
Mm-hmm. So just a 3 month hold period, or just allowing for retailers to sell at either price?
Exempt 200. Retailers are going to do whatever they do regardless of what we do. I mean,
yeah, I get that.
I would exempt 200 cartons from the floor tax. And after 3 months, if people still have the old stickers, at that point, make them file and buy the floor tax stickers and pay for them at the time that we need them.
Go ahead, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I'm confused. This seems like this bill is designed to punish retailers instead of encouraging the cessation of smoking. Representative Perry's arguments are very logical. It's the law of economics. In order to replace future inventory, you have to have a proper amount of income above that need, or you're going to lose money. And this is almost designed to put these people in if you're trying to put people out of business, this is one way to do it. And if we really think cigarettes and tobacco is such a big deal, why don't we just outlaw them instead of nibbling away? Let's eat the whole meal right now. Put a bill in to outlaw tobacco products entirely.
Go ahead,
thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Gramlich.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. Representative Hanley, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that we should outlaw them completely. So there's that. And I do think tobacco is a big deal. It kills people, plain and simple. And it's the most highly addictive drug next to heroin that we have in our society. And it's being marketed. It's being marketed to young people because older people that have been addicted for 40 and 50 years are dead and dying. And my mother is one of them. I watched her die of lung cancer. And there's really nothing worse than watching something like that. So I personally think it's a big deal. And I appreciate the business perspective. I am fairly certain that the sponsor of this bill did not put this bill in to punish businesses. I feel very confident that the sponsor of this bill put this bill in as a tool in our toolbox to deter people from smoking. We heard Senator Libby say that anecdotally, and he himself sharing that people that are addicted to nicotine don't want to be addicted to nicotine. They want to quit. And it's very, very, very difficult to quit. I'm a former smoker and I can't even believe I'm saying it out loud because it's been 35 years. But the urge every once in a while to pick up a cigarette still comes to me. And it's been 35 years since I've ever smoked. So, I think this is a tool in our toolbox to deter people from smoking. I am completely mindful of the implications that it has on businesses. This bill is not intended to put people out of business, but we need to find a path forward to assure that we are operating with sound public health measures in a way that helps protect our businesses. And if there's a way we can navigate this to allow for businesses to make up for the inventory that they've already purchased, because you don't just say, oh, tomorrow I'm going to buy 200 cartons of cigarettes because, I need them and I'm out of stock. You've always got inventory on stock if you're running a business. So if there's a way that we can help do some transition to help businesses navigate this, then I'm completely for it. But I'd love to outlaw tobacco because it's a terrible, 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 deadly, addictive drug. And I am in full support of this bill, and I am completely open to finding a way that we can assure that we are doing what we can to help businesses navigate the implications of this.
Thank you, Representative Gramlich. And I am too on board with that. I'm not sure that I understand enough about how this would work with the 200 cartons and the delay. And I guess I'd like to talk to some other small business owners before I'm ready to support that approach. I mean, I thought that the idea of letting the sponsor work with Representative Perry and others on some kind of floor amendment to help small businesses, maybe some kind of a $1,000 rebate program or something that would come from some of the funds from this to help those that need it would be a better way to go. But I'm just not, I can't wrap my head around how this delay of the 200 cartons is actually going to work in practicality and how much that's really going to help the small businesses, and having different prices potentially from store to store for up to 2 or 3 months afterwards kind of concerns me. So I don't know. I just would throw that out there. I'm not sure I can support the way the amendment is, but Representative Sachs.
Actually, I'd like to yield my turn to Representative Perry, who is trying to address, I think, some of those issues.
I'll just thank you, Representative. I'll just say very quickly, it doesn't matter. We're working on a floor amendment, so it's not going to affect on what we're voting on today. So I'll just say between now when it comes to the floor, I'd be more than happy to work with Julie, the department, the sponsor, Representative Craig, and try and come up with a sensible floor amendment and try and get support for it there, and try and bring you in, Senator Chipman, on the details of it in a way that makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And Representative Terry, would you be willing to allow that process to happen and have the bill just be out to pass as amended with the way it's written for today with a fiscal note, and then let the Representative Perry, myself, Representative Crate, and others work together on the floor amendment?
I'm open to that. I'd love to hear from Representative Sachs and Representative Carmichael before I do that, though. Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Chair, I'm cognizant of the opportunity costs that we're not talking about on our public health system, and the costs that we are hopefully saving as well by putting this bill forward. So there's lots of costs to discuss when talking about this bill and the evidence that's been presented throughout the hearing. I'm actually in favor of Representative Perry's friendly amendment to Representative Terry's bill moving or motion. I think having that as our starting point for a floor amendment would be helpful to acknowledge both sides. And as Representative Perry was saying, this will be an ongoing piece for them years after this brief intermission or transition period is moving forward. And I'm sorry, Representative Perry, that my bill at HCIFS around credit card swipe fees did not go anywhere, but I will try again. So we will keep working on that as well. So I would like to, I would support Representative Terry's with Representative Perry's friendly amendment to move forward out of this committee.
Go ahead, Representative Carmichael.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not at all comfortable with passing a bill that we don't know what it's going to be in the end. We have to go back and talk to like I got a small store owner in my town. I got several of them in most of the towns that I represent. And I have to explain to them, what this bill is. And if we don't even know what the content of it is yet, then, how can you support it? how can you put it forward? I have a real problem with that. I guess I won't be able to support it if I don't know what it is.
Well, we do. We have the bill in front of us, and we have an amendment that Representative Terry has talked about. And if there's any floor amendment, there'll be lots of time to talk about that as well. But go ahead, Representative Collins.
Yes. I mean, after hearing Representative Sachs speak, I seem to be favorable to what she said. What I want to know is if we vote as amended, how long would it take that we could review that amendment language? Can Julie weigh in on that, please?
Julie, can you respond to that?
No, I can respond to that, but I can't really give you an answer of how long it would take. Once you vote, ought to pass as amended, I prepare an amendment. It then goes to the fiscal note people for the analysis of what the fiscal impact is going to be, and it goes to the revisor's office for them to enter everything into the database, which is necessary, all the text for the amendment to be printed. Once we have the fiscal note and the final printed language of the amendment, that's when it's brought to you for amendment review. That might take 36 hours. It might take 10 days. It's hard for me to know.
Go ahead, Representative Perry.
Yeah, thank you. I hate to keep speaking here, but I guess I got a little confused exactly what even was going on here. I forgot that Madam Chair had made a motion to pass committee as amended. I think it may be hard. I may be having a hard time describing what I envision, but I think it's pretty simple. And I think if I had a little time with Julie or Maine Revenue, we could work it out in a pretty simple, understandable way. That anyone who is a licensed retailer of cigarettes, we can go through the same process as described by Maine Revenue, the floor tax process and the application and such, exempting the first 200 cartons from having to be stamped and remitted to the state, day one. And so that's exempt. The retailers will go up on their price, I'm sure, the $2 per pack, and make extra money on up to 200 cartons that they will use to help buy their inventory next week. Now, if they have more than 200 cartons, they would have to get the stamps, okay? And then to just make sure that we tie this up in the end, 3 months down the road, we would be required to make sure we have no cigarettes in our possession that are not fully stamped with a $4 stamp. And if we need stamps at that point, the retailer would have to file and buy them at that point. I think it could be pretty straightforward, but for anyone who's not in the business, it sounds kind of wacky, but it's pretty straightforward stuff. And I think the fiscal note would be pretty straightforward as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Representative Perry. It's not straightforward for me. I don't understand how this amendment's going to work. Ms. Metho has her hand up. Maybe she could help clarify. Ms. Metho, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that all cigarette packages need to be stamped. Once the tax goes up, you can't be selling unstamped cigarettes, as that would be considered illegal and they would be considered contraband and subject to seizure. So unless you change that part of the statute, which is also contained, I believe, in the Title 22, which is the DHHS statute, you can't sell unstamped cigarettes. And if the tax goes up and you only have the $2 stamp on it and not the interim stamp, it would be considered an unstamped cigarette product. So it's a little more complicated administratively. I don't think it's that straightforward.
So do you understand what's been proposed by Representative Terry, and would that work for you guys? Is there any technical issues or problems with how that would work?
I mean, I think Representative Perry is concerned about the upfront costs that they have in their inventory. That's going to be the case always and forever going forward, because the tax is baked into the cost when they purchase them from the distributor. I think what he's looking for is an exemption from the tax on the first 200 cartons, which would basically be a $4,000 credit to each retailer, correct? So if you have, you send us your inventory count, we send you the interim stamps. Let's say you owed us $6,000 for those stamps. I think what he's proposing is a $4,000 credit on that return. From a tax administrative point, it's a little difficult for me because you would be selling cigarettes with a tax of $4, but the tax is only paid on $2. So I would really have to think about it administratively. It's pretty complicated, and there might be other parts of the statute, like I said, that need to be changed because there are very strict legal parameters for having stamps on your cigarettes.
So do you think that's something that you could work on with Representative Terry and Representative Perry and Representative McCrate over the next week or two? I mean, do you think we should pass this bill as amended with an amendment like that? Or would it make sense to pass the bill without that kind of amendment and work on some details for a potential floor amendment that would address it in a way that would work better for you?
I mean, that's really a question for you guys. I mean, whether or not you pass it like it is, or whether or not I really don't have an opinion on that. I just think that administratively, it needs to be thought out a little bit more.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative Terry and Representative McCrate.
Hearing Ms. Method and wanting to never put more on their plate than necessary, I think I will strike my amendment and vote this ought to pass straightforward. However, in the period of time after this committee is finished with its work, I will happily work with MRS, Representative Perry, Representative McCrate on getting a floor amendment that does what we're trying to accomplish here.
Okay.
So my motion is
I'll withdraw my second of the amendment from Representative Terry and offer my second to what she just proposed with the not to pass.
So it would be ought to pass as amended, just with the fiscal note.
Fiscal note, okay. So the amendments ought to pass amended with just the fiscal note made by Representative Terry and still seconded by Representative Gramlich. And you had your hand up, Representative McCrate. Did you have something else you wanted to add?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, everybody. I wanted to just add, not to complicate things, but as we keep working, Representative Perry had a somewhat different idea about a relief grant sort of thing that we could also discuss. You know, maybe wouldn't, I don't think would have the same problems this does, but would offer support for small businesses. So I just like to say, as we work this after this, there are other ideas that we can explore and bring back to the floor what seems like the best option.
Yeah, I think that sounds good, Representative McCrate, because the more I think about it, you know, doing something like exempting the first 200, I mean, a big chain like, you know, Walgreens or Hannaford, I mean, they probably don't need that kind of relief or help, but the small stores do. So if we had some kind of grant program that's based on need, would make maybe more sense, and we could actually provide more help that way than we could with exempting all the, you know, the first 200 cartons from all sides of businesses.
And if I can just add, and also support small businesses selling healthy products. There's some good models out there. So there are lots of things we can do, not necessarily today, but we can work on. Thanks.
Okay. I look forward to seeing what what you come up with Representative Perry and Representative Terry in the department. Any further discussion? We have a motion on the floor. Not seeing any hands up, so I guess we'll vote. All those in favor, please signify. So Ava, if you can read off the names, and then we'll.
Yeah, for those supporting the ought to pass as amended motion, I have Senators Chipman and Libby, Representatives Terry, Collings, Gramlich, and Sachs.
Okay, all those opposed?
For those opposed, I have Representatives Perry, Kryzak, Hanley, and Carmichael.
All right, so that motion carries. We'll close the work session on LD 1423. And we will go into work session on LD 501. So we'll go back to the beginning of the chart Julie sent out. We've already had the work session in LD 262. So working down from there, we'll open up the work session in LD
Hello.
501. This is Representative Brooks' bill, an act to amend Maine's corporate income tax by increasing the top rate from 8.93% to 12.4%. We'll let Julie walk us through the analysis on this.
Before we do that, we need to clarify for me and Avery what the minority report is
Oh.
on the previous bill.
Sorry, yeah, is the minority report on to pass on the previous bill?
Yes, just ought not to pass.
Okay.
Okay,
That's for everyone? Okay.
all right, great. So now we're in work session LD 501. And you want to bring up the chart, Julie?
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, great.
Okay. Oops, too much. Just trying to get the text a little bit bigger.
That
Yeah.
was for my eyes. Great.
Okay. LD 501 increases the income tax, the top income tax rate on corporations. It's currently 8.93% for corporate for taxable income exceeding $3.5 million. This bill would increase the rate on the same bracket amount over $3.5 million from 8.93% to 12.4%. This has had a work session before and it was tabled for later. Maine Revenue Services has indicated a revenue increase of about $75 million a year with administrative costs nominal and can be absorbed.
Thanks for that, Julie. Committee discussion on LD 501. Go ahead, Representative Sachs.
I believe we had talked about this before, and I wondered if the sponsor were available to provide any additional information. I thought that was the reason we had tabled it.
I'm not sure. I don't remember. Avery is the sponsor in the waiting room, Representative Brooks?
No.
No?
No.
Thank you.
Additional committee. Go ahead, Representative, I'm sorry, Senator Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to move on to pass.
Did you have something, Senator Libby?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Sorry, I moved on not to pass.
Well, you moved on not to pass. Okay, so we have a motion from Senator Libby of ought not to pass. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Seconded by Representative Hanley. Did you want to speak as well, Representative Hanley? You had your hand up. No. Okay, you're good. We have a motion of ought not to pass made by Senator Libby, seconded by Representative Hanley. Any further committee discussion? Not seeing any hands up. So I guess we will vote. All those in favor, please signify. Representative Gramlich, are you voting?
She's just stepped away for a minute. She'll be right back.
Okay, so all those that are here voting looks like are in favor. Don't think there's anyone left to vote in opposition. Representative Gramlich can vote afterwards, I guess, since she's not on the screen now. So that appears to be unanimous of all members present. So we'll close the work session in LD 501. And we will go to work session on LD 1382. This is Representative Collins' bill, an act to invest in Maine's roads and bridges. think you're on mute, Julie.
Sorry, just said I was bringing up the screen.
Oh, no problem.
Yes, this bill, Representative Collingsville proposes to increase the taxes on engine fuel, essentially. Currently, the gas tax is 30 cents per gallon. The tax on diesel is 31.2 cents per gallon. There are a variety of other types of fuel, which is used for these purposes in some, a lot less commonly than either gas tax or diesel. They're all in about the same vicinity, and they're all tied to the price of gas. I mean, to the tax on gas. So to the extent that the gas tax goes up, the others would go up as well. And taxes used to be indexed, but for several years now, they're not subject to indexing anymore. So those rates are the rates that stay there unless you do something to change them. This bill proposes to increase the rate on fuel taxes, going up by 4 cents per gallon in 21, an additional 3 cents per gallon in 22, an additional 3 cents on top of that in 23, and an additional 2 cents on top of that in 24. So that's a total of 12 cents per gallon over the 4 years. The bill also provides a refundable income tax credit of $100 for individuals with federal adjusted gross income that is lower than the federal poverty level, to assist lower income people with the fact that they're going to have to pay more on for their fuel tax. Maine Revenue Services has technical concerns. The preliminary estimate on administrative costs were $76,000 in FY22 and $87,000 in 23, and they did not provide an estimated revenue impact. And also point out that taxes from fuel tax go to the highway fund, not to the general fund, for use on roads and bridges.
Okay. Senator Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
You're down real low. I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. It's still really low.
I'll defer to someone else to make a motion.
I mean, we can hear you enough to hear what you're saying, so go ahead.
Okay. The Transportation Committee, along with administration officials, convened a commission. In the last year or two, the goal was to try to come up with consensus recommendations for financing the transportation infrastructure funding gap. That effort was not able to produce some concrete policy recommendations for addressing revenue. And I think this question is best left, if a group like that cannot answer this question, I don't know that we're in the position right now to do so. I appreciate the sponsors' efforts here, but I think at this time I'd be going on not to pass, so I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Senator Libby of ought not to pass and seconded by Representative Kryzak. Committee discussion. Go ahead, Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just say I spent last week driving through most of Vermont, or an awful lot of Vermont, and their roads are beautiful over there. I didn't hit a single pothole. Not only are they well paved, but they're mostly built roads, unlike what we have in a lot of rural Maine. I think it's absolutely shameful what we have done in the transportation side of things and allowing our budget and our roads to get so far out of whack. And I agree with this motion ought not to pass. I think this is a much bigger project that's going to require everyone and interested parties to get involved with if they're serious about taking care of the road situation. So I'll be supporting that not to pass, but not because it's not urgently needed.
Okay. And would the sponsor like to chime in? Do you have any thoughts, Representative Collins? I mean, I, as many of you know, serve on the Transportation Committee and served with Representative Collins there last session as well, and very sympathetic to the need for more funding for roads and bridges and having that be paid for by the folks using the roads through the gas tax. I think it makes sense, but defer to the sponsor in terms of what he thinks we should do on the bill. Representative Collins.
Yeah, I mean, people, I can't make people, I can't make people vote for this if they don't want to, but I mean, I say this often, but traveling around the state for years and years, I've been in about every community. When you have political discussions with community members, the two biggest issues people bring up all over the state is that they want state leaders to address broadband and the roads and infrastructure. And in the 5 years I've been here, I haven't seen a proposal that's been a priority that we actually help with our infrastructure. We don't do enough. We're hundreds of millions of short just to do the most basic. And on top of that, every year we should be pouring in hundreds of millions of more. And if you want to be serious about economic development in the future and having good roads and bridges and infrastructure, you need to invest in it. And I believe if you nickel and dime, you're going to be a nickel and dime state. And I'm kind of frustrated that this isn't a priority in the state legislature to react to the overwhelming consensus of the Maine people to do something to fix our roads and our infrastructure. And I don't really know what else to say. So,
thank you, Representative Collins. As I said before, I'm very sympathetic to the need for this. I'll be looking to see how you vote, sir. If you vote for it, I will join you as a member of the Transportation Committee. I think I'd be foolish not to support the modest, or what I'd say small, increase in the fuel tax, which hasn't been increased for many years, and it's not even indexed anymore. So it's becoming less and less relevant to the real need as time goes on. But seeing no more committee discussion, we're ready to vote on this motion. All those in favor, it's a not to pass motion, been made and seconded. So all those in favor of ought not to pass, please signify. If you can read off the names, Avery.
Yep, for those in favor of the ought not to pass motion, I have Senator Libby, Representatives Terry, Sachs, Kryzak, Hanley, and Carmichael.
And all those opposed?
For those opposed, I have Senator Chipman and Representative Collins.
And what would you like the report to be for us, Representative Collins?
Just ought to pass.
Ought to pass is amended with the fiscal note?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, ought to pass is amended with the fiscal note. Would be the minority
Read
report.
off the ought not to pass again.
I'm sorry.
For those voting in favor of the ought not to pass motion, I have Senator Libby, Representatives Terry, Perry, Sachs, Kryzak, Hanley, and Carmichael.
And so we're all good, Senator Libby? All right, excellent. So we'll now close the work session in LD 1382. And we will go into work session on, I think we want to hold off for now on LD 1514. The sponsor has an idea that, just so folks know, there's been some interest in taking a brief break to caucus the two estate tax bills. And I think we'd like to also discuss LD 1514, perhaps with the sponsor, but let's go into work session on LD 1638. This is Senator Bailey's bill, an act to help seniors and certain persons with disabilities remain in their homes by providing for the deferral of property taxes. And then we'll have Julie walk us through the analysis and take up this bill. And then after that, we would caucus for a few minutes, break to caucus for a few minutes on the two estate tax bill and Representative Lickner's bill. Go ahead, Julie.
Oh, it's a long one. Okay, this bill would reinstate the state's property tax deferral program for individuals who are age 65 and older. This was in effect for a couple of years back in the, I think it was enacted in '89 and expired in 1991. Expired in terms of not accepting new applications. People who applied during that period continued to be eligible to have their property taxes deferred until they no longer needed that treatment. The bill provides in its reincarnation that the state would pay the municipality the amount of the taxes that were being deferred. The state would acquire a lien on the property to recover the amounts that they paid to the municipality plus interest when the individual owning the property is no longer living in the property. So if the person passes away or sells the property at that point, the lien would become due and the state could recover the money that it has paid to municipalities to ensure that the municipalities are made full as a result of the deferral. This bill modifies the previous program to include that, excuse me, having a little congestion here. It provides that households with at least one individual who is 65 years of age or older, the thing that it adds is it would also allow it to include people who are not 65, but they were unable to continue employment due to disability. And it would apply to surviving spouses of such a person who had been qualified. The bill would provide that the income must be less than $40,000. The income of the household must be less than $40,000. A new addition in this incarnation is to have a liquid asset requirement, that the liquid assets must be less than $50,000 for a one-person household and $75,000 for a household with two or more persons. And the property must be eligible for the must be receiving the homestead exemption. And it also permits a rate of interest to accrue on the amount owed, so that when the state recovers, it can have some reimbursement, some interest on its essentially investment in the program. The language provides that the property may not be subject to deferral under both the state program and a municipal program. We currently, in current law, have a local option municipal deferral program. If the municipality wants to do so, it can do so. There is no state participation. It's simply up to the municipality. It has some technical provisions with regard to expanding the authority of guardians or agents under power of an attorney to participate in a deferral arrangement for someone that they're responsible for. The bill requires that to the extent there aren't funds available to reimburse municipalities, that funds could be taken from the property tax relief fund. And if there still wasn't enough, it would subsequently be able to be taken from the Housing Opportunities for Maine Fund. The bill requires that when the state receives its payment against the lien, eventually, if money has been taken from the property tax relief fund or the home fund, that the money would be restored to those funds. Maine State Housing Authority has expressed concerns at the public hearing in the use of funds from the home fund for this purpose, and Maine Revenue Services has significant technical concerns based upon issues that they largely, anyway, the issues that they have experienced with regard to the former program. It's my understanding there's no longer any property that's left in that former program, that the final remaining individuals who were receiving deferment have moved on in one way or another.
Okay.
No fiscal information.
Okay, great. And I think the sponsor, Senator Bailey, is with us. Representative Kryzak has your hand up. Do you have something you'd like to say or ask Representative Kryzak? No. Okay. So welcome, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Senator Chipman. I am here to answer questions, clarify things. I'm at the committee's disposal. So thank you for inviting me.
Do you have any response to the concern brought up at the public hearing by Maine State Housing about the use of the home funds for this purpose? They were concerned about that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's a default. It's not the first place. So my intention is to make sure that things are adequately funded through the property tax relief fund. So it is a default, so we may not even need to go there. Secondly, though, I would say two things. First is I think that this program fits with the spirit of the home fund, if not the letter of the law. And secondly, that it is a fund that will be paid back. So it's not like, I understand Maine State Housing's concern about the home fund being used for different programs. Again, this one is unique that if we do have to dip into it, the money will get paid back eventually. So it's not like we're taking the money away permanently.
Okay. Any committee discussion? Representative Terry.
I just want to thank Senator Bailey for her many years of work on this bill. Again, you know, with the pleasure of time, I've watched this evolve, and it seems to me as though Senator Bailey has done all of the homework, taken all of the fragments that were there prior to, you know, with the old program, and really made this something that is going to be a huge help for seniors to stay in their homes. So I would like to make a motion ought to pass, of course, as amended with a fiscal note. And again, thank the sponsor for all of her work with this.
I'll second that.
So the motion made by Representative Terry of ought to pass the amendment for fiscal note, seconded by Representative Gramlich. Senator Libby.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I just had a chance to review again MRS testimony. It looks like there are 4 or 5 technical amendments they'd like us to consider. I wasn't sure if those were addressed in a prior meeting. I don't want us to have to repeat that if not, but I just wanted to note that.
Yeah, I don't think we have addressed those, have we, Representative Terry?
I don't think so either, but Julie did have her hand up, and I wonder if that is one of the things she had her hand up for.
Go ahead, Julie.
I just wanted to mention or to ask whether you wanted to address those concerns. I don't think they've been addressed. Otherwise, this bill has not had a previous work session. It's only had a public hearing. So you have not talked about it or had an opportunity for them to go over their testimony. I'm not even sure if they testified at the public hearing or whether it was just in writing.
It might have been just in writing.
No, they appear not to have testified at the public hearing. It's just you have it in writing from them.
Then see what the, you know, have them go over what the concerns are and any suggested, you know, friendly amendment to the motion that we have from the floor to address those concerns.
So I'm inviting Dr. Allen and Mr. Lacey in. And Ted, I think, had his hand up and had to step away.
Oh, did you have something, Representative Kryzak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I got a call from the Speaker's office on my my votes from yesterday. I have 2 questions. One is when they talk about you could only have $50,000. Does that include like IRAs and pension funds, or is that just money that you have in a bank account or something like that? And the other question was, what is the tax rate that's going to be? I mean, the interest rate that's going to be charged. I know there's an interest rate. Is it the same that the town charges if you're late, or the municipality charges, or is there a different interest rate? So since we're going to have MRS, that's why I wanted to ask those questions now.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Welcome, Dr. Allen and Mr. Lacey. Do you have any response to those questions, and can you address the technical concerns that MRS has about the bill? Mr. Lacey, welcome.
Thank you. Yes. I'll start just, if it's all right, because so I don't forget. I believe the interest rate charge is the interest rate that MRS charges on just late taxes in general. So it's a rate set under 186, Section 186. that varies year to year. Dr. Allen can give you more information, but I think it's set based on the prime rate in the New York Times as of September 1st. So it changes year to year.
And that's set by the state treasurer, I think, if I'm not mistaken. The state treasurer sets that each year.
I don't know if the state treasurer sets it or not, but it is based on the prime rate or something like that, plus a certain percentage point. So, regarding the technical concerns we had, the major ones were it's kind of, we've added this thing about unable to work because of physical disability, and it's unclear how a municipality or the state is determining that. So that is kind of one open question that we had. The bill talks about dangerous buildings. It's in there somewhere, but it doesn't really say what effect that has on the deferral. Doesn't disqualify them or anything. We'd recommend that the bill clarify whether a deferral can be claimed by one spouse if the other spouse has significant income. Let's see, what are the other questions? There's some technical questions about it removes certain mobile homes and houseboat boats from eligibility, but doesn't, those aren't excluded from homestead. Let's see. There's an issue with, there's a section that got added which talks about whether, what happens if MRS disagrees with the municipal valuation of a property. And it appears to say that MRS would be responsible for requesting an abatement with the town, which is novel, and I'm not 100% sure how that would even work. So that may need to be clarified. And then I think there were some other recommendations that we've made based on our history of administering this program when we did administer the program and it was still active. Things like requiring an applicant to have homeowners insurance on the property that the state has an interest in, maintaining it in habitable condition, things like that. So, so those were the major concerns that we had, or issues that we had with the bill.
Okay.
And I would also say, as follow up with Julie too, the last person was removed or did come out of the program. I think it was several years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, something like that.
2018, does that sound right?
That's what I had in my head as well, but I can't confirm that without looking.
Senator Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if the sponsor would be interested in working on an amendment with MRS to address the 5 or 6 technical concerns that were raised and a couple of policy questions.
Senator Bailey, does that seem amenable to you?
I'm certainly amenable, although I would just like to share that last session, this bill is the result of working with MRS last session, and some of the language that they're now expressing concern over, in particular, the language about dangerous buildings and mobile homes, and the abatement language was all language that was put in there at the request of MRS. So just want you to understand that history, that that's where that language came from. It didn't come from me. And some of the other issues were issues that in our discussions and negotiations last session, we simply did not feel it was appropriate. For example, the issue about homeowners insurance. I mean, the whole idea is to help low-income seniors. And most people in that situation, again, we're talking about people who are living on Social Security income, who not only can't get a mortgage, but can't get homeowners insurance because, the insurance company comes out and says, well, in order to get insurance, you need to do this list of fixes that, cost thousands and thousands of dollars, which they don't have. So again, I'm happy to have those discussions with MRS, and especially on those issues where, the language came from them last year, and if they now want to change it, I'm happy to do that. So.
Representative Terry.
I just wanted to answer the one question from Representative Kryzak that was not just answered with MRS, is about the access. So their liquid assets and income. I'm not being able to say that properly right now. Not enough water. And it is on page 3 and 4, lines 41 and 42, and then 1 and 2.
Thank you.
Sure. And while I have the mic, I will also say that I am willing to amend my motion to have, well, I don't know if I'm ready to amend my motion actually, but I'm definitely comfortable with MRS readdressing those concerns with Senator Bailey. And going into this, I did know that they had all worked on this together over the past 3 years now. So yeah, so I'm very comfortable with little tweaks here and there, but the gist of the bill is what I would like to make sure that we get passed.
Okay, Representative Sachs.
So I'm wondering, these do seem to be tweaks around definitions. So I'm wondering if this can be, if we do pass that today, if we can see some of those tweaks in language review. And the reason that for me, I voted down 2 bills that talked about property tax relief for seniors yesterday was because I had seen this one on the docket and read the materials, and it is a targeted bill, which as Chair Terry had talked about yesterday, the 2 that came before us yesterday were not targeted relief. This definitely is. So I'm very supportive of the concept. My one clarifying question that was brought up by MRS was around the mobile homes. Here in Freeport, we've done a lot to try and help people with weatherization, some of these other pieces around mobile homes. And I just wanted some clarity around that. Some MRS had said the bill appears to remove certain mobile homes from eligibility, but because of the dwellings not owned by the landowner or by the taxpayer, which is an issue again that we've had here in Freeport, would love to just have some clarification around that.
Okay. Representative Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I am in full agreement with the sponsor's comment on homeowners insurance. I think we need to keep this as simple as possible for people to participate, and I'm willing to take a chance if someone's insurance may have lapsed.
Okay, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to respond to Representative Sachs' question about mobile homes. And again, this language was something that was requested by MRS. That they actually wanted to exclude mobile homes. I and other advocates actually wanted to include them. And I do believe that Leo Delicata from Legal Services for the Elderly actually has proposed language as to how we could include mobile homes. If that is the will of the committee, I certainly do think it's appropriate. And again, had wanted that originally because of course it is oftentimes an elderly person's principal residence, a mobile home, and they may be in a park or whatever. But So again, I'm willing to do whatever the committee would like. And again, the language that you see before you was again requested by MRS last session, where they wanted to exclude mobile homes. If they're willing to put them back in, I am more than happy to do that.
Thank you. I'd like to urge the committee to consider that if it's not within some parameters. And I recognize the difficulty of them not owning the actual land. However, we've found ways around that with our weatherization programs, and I'd love to see that as part of it for the tax abatement program as well. Thank you.
Mr. Lacy, is there a way that we can work around that and have mobile homes be part of this?
We'd have to discuss on our end. I apologize. I wasn't involved in discussions with Senator Bailey last year, so I don't know what was discussed and what the issues were. But let me find out on my end. We're certainly willing to work with Senator Bailey to make it work, however we can. I mean, my guess is the concern was probably with mobile homes on leased land, that there's not a lot for the state to then lien in the same way, but let me discuss it on my end with find out who she spoke to and who worked on the bill and figure out what the concerns were. And I can certainly work with Senator Bailey on it.
I mean, if we include mobile homes in this, could you work with Leo Dakota and the language he has and Julie, our analyst, to make sure the language is right in the amendment? And then if
absolutely,
there are any problems, we could amend it on the floor to take them out. But it would be, I think there's some interest in including mobile homes at this point in terms of the bill that comes out of the committee, it seems like.
Yeah, and I'll certainly work with Julie, yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Perry.
Thank you. I would just say with the homestead exemption up to, what is it, $25,000 or $30,000 now, I don't feel like we're risking a lot of money by helping people who live in a mobile home who can't afford to pay what's remaining on their property taxes. It's got to be pretty small dollars, and if they need help with that, I'm willing to take that risk.
Okay. So Representative Taylor, are you willing to include in your amendment bringing mobile homes into it? That's not in the language of the bill currently, but
I'm interested in the idea of it in a very big way. That being said, I think Dr. Allen is here and may be able to help with some of the reasons why this was that these questions came up now. He seems to be on with us at this point.
Yeah, Dr. Allen, could you address the issue of mobile homes?
I wish I could. I do remember those conversations with Representative Bailey, but I don't remember the details. It was the previous director of the property tax division that was the primary person from MRS engaged in those discussions. Okay. But we're happy to work with her again and, certainly look into that issue.
I guess the question is whether we include it now or not. I mean, it seems like there's some interest in including it. I mean, do you think that the issues around that are insurmountable in terms of what could be drafted for, the language review and the amendment on this?
I wish I could give you an answer to that. I just can't.
Well,
okay. Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt there. I maybe Mr. Lacy can answer a quick question for me. And then that will determine my answer to this. Mr. Lacy, are the way mobile homes treated as property tax vastly different from those that are built from the land home?
Well, it depends on what you mean by mobile home. Some of them could be treated as personal property versus real property, depending on how they're on the land and how they're what type of footings they have, things like that. So is it insurmountable? I don't think so. I mean, I think we can probably, I think it's more of as Representative Perry said, it's more of a risk for the state, but that is a policy decision.
Yeah.
So
if they're paying a property tax bill, there's in the statute somewhere it determines that that is a property tax, not a personal property tax.
Real property tax versus personal property tax. Yeah, it depends on how it's attached to the land and things like that. Yeah.
Okay. Then yes, I'm very amenable to that.
Okay, Senator Libby and then Senator Bailey.
Thank you. I think in practice, most mobile homes keep the wheels underneath the trailer on, and there's a skirt affixed. And so it does not get treated as real property tax. More often it's personal property tax. And so each year the property tax assessment is depreciated. So many, many folks like to purchase mobile homes because of that sort of not well-known benefit that property tax assessment goes down over time. And so I think in consideration of including mobile homes in this program, I think the financial impact, even though there are some difficulties in affixing a lien when you don't have the land and the asset is depreciating, I still think that dollar amount is probably going to be minimal from the state perspective, but it could be very meaningful for the mobile home owner who's in trouble. So I would advocate that those be included, despite some of the concerns that MRS has.
Right, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And of course, I'll have these discussions with MRS, but I just wanted to read for the committee the proposed language so you can kind of get a sense of what we're thinking. It would be at the end of defining the what qualifies, and there would be a sentence that reads, homestead also includes an owner-occupied mobile home or principal dwelling with a lease requiring payment of property taxes by the owner tenant, either directly or by reimbursing the taxpayer landlord. So that's kind of the workaround that we're thinking of putting in there to encompass mobile homes. Thank you.
Okay, great. Does that sound okay, Representative Terry? We'd include mobile homes?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there any other further committee discussion? I think you'd mentioned former Honorable Jorgensen is with us from Maine State Housing. Did you want to hear from him, or are we all set, do you think?
I think he may be able to answer. I think there was a home fund question earlier. I think he may be able to answer that. I just let him.
Yeah, Maine State Housing said they had some concerns about using the home fund in this way at the public hearing, but welcome, Honorable Jorgensen. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me. Really appreciate being here. And I don't need to rehearse what I said at the hearing, but we're really concerned about the funding source here. I don't know how much money's in the tax relief fund, but I think the issue that I have here is that, or that we have here is that, this has the potential for being a very large program. I mean, this need is huge. It's a very good idea, I think, in a lot of ways. But I think that what's going to happen is you're taking money away from I think it's going to overrun the tax relief fund and then go into the home fund, which would really be, in effect, taking money away from critical, housing production and other services at a time when you've got a big general fund surplus and there's a lot of federal money around. I guess the biggest worry I have isn't about, later this afternoon, I'm going to be at a hearing on a bill that's asking us to commit to producing 1,000 new apartment units a year. And we're going to be needing the home fund for that. So, I mean, the legislature is asking two different things, and you're ending up pitting different people, different groups of people together with this kind of a thing. So I guess I worry about that. I also worry a lot about the revolving element here and how it's predictable. I mean, we just heard about the fact that this program, which came out in the early 1990s, is just recently, lost its last participant. And so I think the cycle of this revolving fund is going to be very hard to predict in terms of, it could be a really long time before the money starts coming in. And I worry about that. And I just worry about the fact that there's not a lot of limit to exposure in this. And finally, I'll just urge you to look at my testimony again. I think that the final thing I'll just say again is that, the home fund has had $83 million taken out of it over the last several years for various good causes. but they're not things that really relate to what the home fund's supposed to do. And I think in this program, it's easy to imagine that we could be providing a lot of subsidy for very valuable, appreciated homes. And so, because I know there's a lot of elderly people who live in family homes that have gone up in value, and I don't, they have needs. I'm not questioning the need here. I'm just questioning the funding source. So anyway, with that, I'll just answer any questions you might have, or just go back to listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Any questions, members of the committee for Mr. Jorgensen? Any further committee discussion on the bill? We do have a motion about to pass as amended for fiscal note and also to add mobile homes. I believe that's what the amendment is.
Correct.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify. You can read off the names, Avery.
I have Senators Chipman and Pouliot, Representatives Terry, Collings, Gramlich, Matlack, Perry, Sachs, Carmichael, and Kryzak.
And Avery, did you mean to say?
Oh, and Hanley.
Did you mean to say Senator Libby, not Senator Pouliot?
Yes.
Okay.
Avery.
Opposed.
Jeez Louise.
All those opposed? So is there none opposed? Representative Perry, you voting opposition? No.
I don't think so.
Is that
We have
unanimous?
two absent.
Representative Hanley, did you vote, Representative Hanley?
Yeah, he voted ought to pass as amended.
I didn't see that. So it's unanimous
Oh,
then.
okay.
Yep. Okay. Unanimous for all members present. So we'll close the work session on LD 1638. And
Thank you all.
at this point, there's three bills left we need to take up today. There's two dealing with the estate tax. It's LD 1524 and LD 1704. And then Representative Lookner's bill, LD 1514. There's been a request made earlier of an interest in having a brief break for caucuses to discuss the two estate tax bills, and Representative Lookner would like us to discuss his bill as well. So if we could, I guess, take a break at this point and have a brief caucus. I'm not sure how long do you think we need, Representative Terry? Maybe 10 or 15?
Yeah, I was actually just going to suggest almost an hour and come back at 12:45. So that way we can caucus and everybody can walk around, grab a bite to eat. It is lunchtime. I haven't had breakfast. So I think if everybody's okay with that, maybe coming back at 12:45. Does that sound okay with everyone, Ted?
Come back at 12:45. So we need to make sure we have quorum and everything. So looks like everybody's saying okay to that. So we will let's take a break for an hour and we will come back at 12:45.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
full board vote, then we can.
So Representative Terry, I'll defer to you in terms of when you think we should start. I mean, we technically have quorum at this point, but you want to wait a few more minutes, or?
Let's see. I would just love to either see, there's Ted. Just want to make sure Ted's in.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You can't get anything done unless you're with us, Representative Kryzak. So you're the glue that holds us together to be able to get things done. You know?
Was that a question? Was that a question, Mr. Chair?
Just we'll wait for Julie and then we can head out.
She couldn't get back into the meeting, so I had to send her a new link.
Okay, we'll take.
She should be on any minute.
No problem. It's a lovely day and a slow day. I don't know about you guys, but my house went from very comfortable to not so much really quickly. I put in a few ice cubes in my water when I went and pulled a leftover salad out of the fridge. And by the time I got to my first fork into the salad, the ice cubes were gone.
Yeah. It's 88 right now.
Yeah. It's a scotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still coolish, nicely temperate here on the coast.
Oh, see, we all need to
Yeah, I
move to
know.
the coast.
But
Yeah.
that means it's always nicely temperate, even when it's comfortable at your place.
Representative Kryzak, I understand you guys don't have the camp anymore?
I'm sorry. No, no, I didn't. Well, there was no need to because we've been doing everything on, on Zoom. So there was no need to rent it this year.
Oh, so you rented it. You didn't own it. It was something.
It was a friend of mine's, and I rented it during the session.
Oh, that's awesome.
Okay.
Well, we were talking earlier about trying to get together for a committee lunch. So I'm gonna poke around and see what we can find close to Augusta that we can all kind of see each other live and in person and outside where it's hopefully not as hot as today, but a nice day outside sometime in the next week or two.
Yeah.
Good deal.
So should we start?
No, we need Julie.
Oh, right. Yeah, we can't do anything. We can't get anything done without Julie.
I mean, we need Ted, but we really need Julie.
I don't know where we'd be very, very lost without Julie, I think.
I'm certain.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
I don't know. Bruce bought that new party boat. I think we should go to Bruce's place.
Yes, that's a great idea.
Well, let's vote that in while he's not here today.
Sounds good. I like that idea a lot. I think there was a senator that used to take everybody, their committees out on his boat every year or two. We'll have to find somebody. Well, Bruce will do. Bruce will do.
Now Julie's back. I guess we'll get started.
Sounds good.
So welcome everyone. Welcome back to the Committee on Taxation. We're going to start back up. We'll go into work session with LD 1514. That's Representative Lookner's bill. Open up the work session on that. And then after that, we'll go into work session on the two estate tax bills together. So let's open up the work session on LD 1514. This is an act to provide for fairness in property taxation by assessing a one-time tax on financial assets. And if we could bring Representative Lookner into our meeting, I think he may have some additional information to provide to the committee. And while we're doing that, we'll go to Julie and have Julie walk us through the analysis on this bill.
Okay, yes. Representative Lookner's bill establishes a one-time, meaning one tax year only, tax on a person owning financial assets, including cash and cash equivalent securities and other financial instruments with a fair market value in excess of $5 million. The tax would be equal to 0.5% of the amount by which the fair market value of the person's financial assets exceeds $5 million. So if you have over $5 million, the amount over $5 million would be subject to the 0.5% tax. The taxpayer would file a statement with the state tax assessor. The state tax assessor determines the amount due and enforces the collection of the tax. The revenue would be distributed 50% to the local government fund, which is revenue sharing, and 50% to the Housing Opportunities for Maine fund. The tax, as it's drafted, it says it applies only to the tax year beginning on January 1st, 21. That I think is a technical error in that it should be tax years beginning in 2021, because not all tax years begin on January 1st. Some taxpayers have different tax years than the calendar year. So that's why we say beginning on or after a certain date. So in this instance, we say on or after January 1st, but before January 1st, 22.
Okay.
Just
somebody's not muted, maybe Representative Hanley or somebody's not muted, but we're getting a little bit of background. So thank you for that, Julie. So as Representative,
I should also have mentioned that there, sorry for interrupting, administrative costs of $100,000, revenue impact not provided.
Okay. Representative Lookner, I see that you're with us. Wanted to invite you to offer any comments or suggestions or additional information you have for the committee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just like hearing from DAFs, it's pretty apparent that we need to look at this issue before we go ahead and assess a tax of this nature. It is a pretty new concept. Other states are looking at it as well. I think the best way to think about this is that at the time that we were setting up property taxation as the means of funding local government services, et cetera, land, so land ownership was the primary means and source of an individual's wealth. So that's why it was taxed. Nowadays, most people don't have most of their wealth tied up in land. So it's in these intangible assets, these intangible financial assets. So that's why I want to look at this. I think it makes sense to study this further. So I'd like to offer that to the committee. If the committee would consider a resolve to study how such a tax would be assessed. So DAFs could have that information. We need to look at closing up loopholes. There are a ton of loopholes out there that people are using to avoid paying tax. So that's got to be a part of the study. I think the study should look at just all the loopholes, all the ways people are avoiding paying, the fair share of taxes that they owe in the state. So that's basically it. I think it would make sense to study at this point. So if the committee would entertain that, I would go along with it as well.
Okay. Committee discussion. Go ahead, Representative Sachs.
Thanks. I just want to clarify that the resolve would be to study not only the scope of what your bill addresses, but also lost revenue from loopholes from what you, and is that just sort of writ broadly, Representative Lookner?
Yeah, thank you, Representative Sachs. I think it does make sense to look at just all the various ways that folks in the state are avoiding paying their fair share of taxes, whether it's, offshore accounts and things of that nature, and just, where a lot of the money that is owed to the state is ending up if it's not getting paid.
Representative Terry.
I just want to clarify, those are for intangible assets, correct?
Intangible assets. Thank you, Representative Terry. Yes.
Yeah.
Just loopholes on intangible assets. Right. Okay. Great. Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I think it's good for us to remember that there is no such thing as a loophole. That's kind of a negative shadow you cast on things. Those are existing laws that people use. When we file our taxes, whether they're federal or state, we always take the exemptions that we're allowed to take because that's the law. They're not loopholes. They're simply the law that exists. So I think always casting a negative blanket over everyone that uses the law is the wrong way to approach things. Thank you.
Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make a motion not to pass.
I'll second that motion.
So the motion not to pass with a second made by Representative Kryzak, seconded by Representative Hanley. Additional committee discussion. Okay, I guess I would say I'm not supportive of the motion. I do think there's some merit to a resolve. This is a new tax we've never had that a couple of the states, I guess, have implemented or maybe looking at in other states. So I'd like to know more about how it would work. I don't see any harm in that. So I'll be opposing this motion and supporting a not to pass as amended to turn it into a resolve if that motion is made by somebody. But seeing no additional committee discussion, all those in favor of the ought not to pass motion, please signify.
For those in favor of the ought not to pass motion, I have Senator Pouliot and Representatives Kryzak, Hanley, and Carmichael.
Okay, all those opposed? So do you have those? Can you read off those names, Ava?
Yeah, I have Senator Chipman, Representatives Terry, Collings, and Matlack. I think I got everyone. Oh, and Sachs.
Okay. So that motion fails. Go ahead, Representative Hanley.
Yes, I believe to vote, you have to be visible. So Senator Pouliot needs to make himself observable if he's going to vote. I believe that's committee law, committee rule.
He's there. So
you miss seeing what it looked like or something there, Jeff? Where I need to get some palm trees like you have.
So now that he's visible and he did vote, and you're voting in favor of the ought not to pass, Senator Pouliot, correct?
Yeah.
So that vote should count. But the motion still does fail because it was 4 in favor and 5 opposed. So we're back to square one. Representative Terry.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended to change the language into resolve to study the tax benefits of assessing one-time financial assets.
With fiscal note?
With a fiscal note.
Well, would there be a fiscal note? I guess there would be some cost to the study, perhaps.
Could be a
That's right.
cost to the study. Yep, absolutely.
So it's an ought to pass motion made by Representative Terry, ought to pass as amended to turn the bill into a resolve to study the benefits of a one-time tax on financial assets, intangible assets, I guess. So it's to study what the bill would have implemented should it be passed, but basically to study the logistics of that.
Correct.
And has that been seconded by anybody?
It has.
Who seconded that? I don't remember.
Oh, I could be wrong about that.
Representative Matlack, who's seconding the motion? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, moved by Representative Terry, seconded by Representative Matlack, ought to pass as amended. Committee discussion, Representative Kreisler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This reminds me of a bill, I don't remember how long ago it was, when we were doing a luxury tax and taxing yachts and planes. And we almost put the boat building in Maine, which is one of our best jobs in the state, almost out of business. And people were buying their boats from other states and out of the country. So, you start doing this kind of stuff and people are just going to take their money someplace else. I have great concerns about this.
Is that was something that was passed and then people started buying boats elsewhere?
And then the bill was killed. It was a luxury tax on airplanes and yachts.
Oh, and that was in Maine. Okay.
Yes.
I remember that. Go ahead, Julie.
Who would you like to do this study?
I would like to see Representative Lookner put together a team. I believe he had some conversations with folks from DAFS. And I would say DAFS and MRS, MRS and DAFS.
Representative Lookner, would you like to chime in on that? Did you have some conversations with them about a resolve?
I haven't looped in with DAFs yet, but I'm happy to do so. I was just looking at their testimony that they provided in opposition to the bill and trying to address some of those concerns. So I'm happy to work with DAFs and MRS and anybody else.
And if we're going to, would we be directing DAF's Maine Revenue Services to do this study and report back to the Taxation Committee in January? Is that what we would be doing?
Yeah, or February 1 or something like that, maybe, because we won't be up and running the 1st of January, but maybe to report back to us by February 1 and maybe give us the ability to report out a bill if we feel like there's a need to move forward with something. Maybe, I don't know. Just a suggestion.
I think February 1st sounds smart.
Representative Collins.
Yeah, so if it's just going to be using existing staff, I don't know if there's really going to be a fiscal note. I don't foresee us hiring consultants for this, unless I could be wrong. I just didn't know if anyone else outside of those two state entities might have some expertise that they could shed on this. And but I don't know if there's any way this resolve could be drafted where it could include others that might be able to provide some relevant information. That's all I wanted to add.
We could say in the amendment to within existing resources, and if it still comes back with a fiscal note, then it comes back with a fiscal note. I mean, there'll be a review like any other bill of fiscal need, I guess, but you want to state within existing resources, Representative Terry, or do you want to leave that silent?
I want to hear what Dr. Allen has to say.
Oh, Dr. Allen, go ahead.
With all due respect, to put us in charge of a study that the administration testified in against, and we also have a number of other projects, the Opportunity Maine tax credit, as well as some other projects that the committee has already put on our plate. And I'll be quite frank, you're looking at a group of very tired people for the last year that have been trying to deal with the pandemic and everything else, and would just appreciate that, willing to help, assist, but certainly not put this all on our plate.
What's the study?
Hello?
Go ahead, Senator Lapulia.
Yeah, I think that it's pretty clear the administration's position on this. And so it's likely that any bill that comes forward ends up getting vetoed. And Republicans aren't going to be going for any tax increases. So I don't know, guys. I just feel like this is a little bit of a fishing expedition that is wasting valuable resources of the department.
Representative Collins.
Yes, I mean, any committee I've been on, when we've done a resolve for a study, it's usually been a legislative resolve where the governor doesn't, the legislature decides that, not the governor, first of all. Second of all, I would think that, I mean, I don't know if everyone's in the going 100% back in, then the biggest cost usually of these things are just to compensate people for driving and getting their sandwich or coffee when they're coming from different towns. And usually what happens is, you know, the speaker and the president of the Senate, the presiding officers, are going to appoint a couple legislators. They might ask DAFs or some other state experts to weigh in. And then they probably have a balance of people from different industry, different academic expert sort, and then you have a balanced committee. And the minimal cost should be usually just if you're going to pay people for travel. I don't know what we're doing with resolves now for studies, if we're doing mostly remote or if we're doing hybrid, or I have no idea what that looks like. But that, in my experience, has usually been what this sort of thing looks like. And I agree, it probably shouldn't be sent to two people that, you know, the governor had testify against this. So,
Well, they testified against the bill, but that doesn't mean they're against looking at the issue of the resolve. I mean, that's a different issue.
well, I just think it would be unusual if they just did the study all on their own. I think it should be a balanced effort where we have people weigh in, like a more traditional study appointed by presiding officers and set certain dates over the summer and then come back and report whenever. That way it's not just, you're not just hearing from one or two people through the lens they see it. You're hearing from, you know, a whole array of people that have some input and expertise, and you would get a more thorough review. And I don't know, that's how I would think we'd want to do this for those who are in favor of the concept.
Additional committee discussion. You want to make any other changes to your motion, Representative Terry, or are you fine with it the way it is? Is it a legislative resolve right now, or is it, I mean, I don't know if that's what you want it to be, a legislative resolve?
Yeah, let's go with that. I would like, Julie, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, legislative resolves are enacted like laws are. They do go to the governor to be signed by the governor or vetoed or held as she sees fit. So there's nothing different about the legislative process for adopting a resolve than there is for any other act of the legislature.
So is there a way to do a resolve in something that doesn't go to the governor? That's just something within the legislature that you're aware of?
I'm actually interested in it going to the governor, because I think it's a conversation that if she's interested in having, I think that's a, and she very well may be. So I would like to keep it as a legislative resolve.
Legislative resolve, okay.
Yeah.
And are we clear in terms of who's going to be part of it, or do we need to clarify anything else, or do you think we're okay, Julie?
Well, I'm not sure where, the first suggestion I heard was that DAFs and Maine Revenue Services would do the study and report back to the taxation committee. There were a lot of other things discussed before, since that was raised, but I'm not sure where you are right now in terms of whether you want the original proposal of DAFs and Maine Revenue Services or some other variety.
Okay, Representative Collins. I'm sorry, did you have something else? Or?
Oh yeah, I think I would like to push that back an additional year for MRS. Because I do know that they are under a tremendous amount of strain, and having to have them involved with this amongst the myriad of other things that we've asked of them. I think it would not be a bad idea to give them some extra time to do that.
So we report back to the committee by February.
Yeah, they can report back to us, I would say, by
February 1 of 2023.
I was going to say July, actually, because we do work over the fall. And we do go over our reports at that time. I think that's acceptable. I hope that's acceptable to them. But it will give them we'll give them the time that they need to get the job done. I mean, there's no reason to do it at all if they're not going to have the time to put into it. If they need extra resources for it, then that's not going to go very far either. So I would like to give them as much time as possible. And during that course of the fall, where we have to sometimes go over reports, that would be a good time for us to take a look at what their findings are.
So be a report back to the committee by July 1 of 2022.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Do you have something, Collins?
No, I just didn't know if Julie could clarify if legislative resolve isn't the accurate terminology. I know that sometimes we've asked for something similar like this where the legislature does it on its own. We don't need executive participation, and I don't know what the exact language is for that, but I don't know if she can clarify that because it's happened several times. I just don't know
I could just
the exact.
Yeah, I think that we would want executive. We would want the executive branch to weigh in on this as well.
Yeah, I don't think that Representative Collins is necessarily proposing to change what we have, in that I understand you want the administration to be part of it, but he's just trying to figure out maybe what the process is. If we didn't, there is some process and we can figure it out another time, I guess. But if you happen to know, Julie, just so people understand, there is a way to do a study or resolve or something within the legislature. It's a working group or something like that, where the governor doesn't have to sign the bill. It just is something that we do internally.
There is something called a study order. I've never actually drafted one myself, so I would have to look up the details of how that happens. But that is something that's like a joint order. It's entirely within the legislature. It does not go anywhere else. It only has the authority to govern the legislature, though. So the presiding officers can be directed to pick legislators to work on the study, but there would be no authority to appoint people outside of the legislature to participate in the study. They could be requested. If there was somebody you wanted to request to provide information, you could do that, but it would not be a required thing. It would not be members. There would not be members of a study group other than legislators themselves. You have to decide how many you want and that sort of thing. There's sort of like a template for it. I'd have to get the template and get that back to you. So
yeah,
whoever's making the decision could come up with a decision on how to fill in the blank spaces on the template.
Yes, that's what I was referring to. Thank you, Julie. And to Representative Terry, I didn't want to exclude participation. I just was talking about the process. I was trying to figure out the exact process. Something I was talking about moves forward, and that's what Julie clarified. But in that, you can have people participate and be involved in that as they have been. It's just if there's a final vote taken, then it is made by the members of the committee, and people of other branches or other entities aren't voting, but they are participating. So that's what I was referring to.
So like if the bill was turned into a study order, then it wouldn't have to be signed or vetoed or whatever by the governor. It would just be something that the House and Senate vote on, and it would become a study basically, but other people could still be involved. But it doesn't sound like that's what you want to do, Representative Terry, with this, right?
No, I think I would want full participation. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Representative Kryzak.
I was just curious, if it goes into a study order, where does the money come from then to run the group? And, there is going to be cost no matter what. So where does the money come from to do a study?
Intangible assets.
Well, I think it's the legislative council, right?
Well, the legislature, yes, has a budget for funding legislative studies. And it has to be ultimately approved by the legislative council because they only have so much money. So they can only, if there are more requests than there is money to pay for, then they need to make priorities. It does get approved by the legislative council as well.
Representative Collins.
No, I just was going to say as well, there's been times where they didn't have funding for multiple of these projects or studies. They we may have approved of a couple, but what they have authorized was for funds to be raised from other sources. I remember on the insurance committee, we had a 100% bipartisan effort like this in that committee, and was this a Republican senator and a Democratic legislator helped. They both went out and they raised the money, and it was very insignificant. It wasn't a large amount of money. It was, some people donated, they didn't ask to be reimbursed for their travel an hour or two to the Capitol. And again, I don't know if we do these and going forward, if they're going to be 100% in person or if it's going to be a hybrid. I really don't know, but again, they're not a huge cost. And if they are, you can raise money if they so choose to allow it. So.
Any additional committee discussion? Does everybody understand the motion? Any questions about that? The motion about to pass is amended to turn the bill into a legislative resolve to study the issue of one-time tax on financial assets, intangible assets, to be done by DAFs and MRS. Seeing no further committee discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify. Oh, and the date of July 1, right? Report back.
Yep.
We got 5 of us voting in favor. Representative Carey, myself, Representative Matlack, Collins, and Sachs. All those opposed, please signify. So those opposed, Senator Pouliot, Representative Kryzak, Carmichael, and Representative Hanley. So that motion carries.
And the minority report?
Ought not to pass.
Thank
That
you.
would be ought never to pass.
I
I
second
don't think
that.
we have that one.
Yeah, we don't have a motion for that. Great, so we'll close the work session on LD 1514, and we'll now go into work session on LDs. Let's see.
Thank you, folks.
You're welcome. Good to see you. Oh yeah, so the 2 estate tax bills. We'll open up the work session on LD 1524 and 1704. Both of these bills, which would be with the estate tax, one sponsored by Representative Collins, one sponsored by Representative Talbot Ross. We'll, if Representative Talbot Ross is with us, if we can bring her into the meeting, and we'll have Julie walk us through the analysis on these 2 bills.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Julie, go ahead.
These 2 bills are quite similar, although they do have differences. They both relate to the exclusion amount under the estate tax, which is currently $5,600,000 that is excluded before the estate becomes taxable. The tax rates are then imposed upon amounts over that, on amounts that exceed that exclusion amount. LD 1524 would reduce the exclusion amount to $2 million. LD 1704 would reduce it to $1 million. Each bill would provide an additional exclusion amount of $3,800,000. And as nearly as I can determine, I think that this additional exclusion is the same in both bills. It would apply to family farms, commercial aquaculture, commercial fishing, and commercial wood harvesting businesses. And it would require that the exclusion, the $3.8 million additional exclusion, would apply to farmland and depreciable machinery and equipment used in commercial agriculture, aquaculture, fishing, or wood harvesting. The property would have to be inherited by a family member, and it must remain in that commercial purpose for 5 years following the transfer. The revenue under LD 1524 would go to the general fund, as all estate tax revenue does. Under 1704, the revenue would be split half and half between the general fund and the home fund. LD 1524 indexes the exclusion amounts. It is the current exclusion amount is currently subject to indexing. LD 1704 would not provide for indexing of the exclusion amounts. So many similarities and a few differences. Oh, main revenue services, administrative costs. I didn't have one on 1704, I don't think. On 1524, the administrative costs were 339,000 approximately in FY22 and 641,000 in FY23, and the revenue impact was not provided.
All right, thank you for that, Julie. Additional, so is there any committee discussion on either of these bills? Go ahead, Senator Pouliot.
Yes, I move ought not to pass on both estate tax increase bills.
I second it.
I don't know if we can vote on two bills at the same time. I think they need to be separate, voted on separately.
Okay, I vote ought not to pass.
We ought not to pass on LD 1524.
Yes.
Okay, so this is Representative Collins' bill. There's a motion of ought not to pass made by Senator Pouliot and seconded by Representative Kryzak. Committee discussion. Representative Terry.
I will not be supporting that motion. We put a lot of work into this bill last session that again got cut off by COVID. I think we did a lot of we had a lot of conversations about what the threshold should be and about making sure that these heritage businesses were excluded from this. So I just want to put it out there that a lot of work has gone into it, and I won't be supporting that motion.
Okay. Yeah, I would concur with that. My understanding, I mean, this bill came through the committee, went through the House, came to the Senate, and there was an amendment at the time that excluded family farms and did a few other things. And I believe the bill that we're looking at right now, as it's been proposed, is being proposed the exact way that the bill was amended or going to be amended at that time. It kind of picks up where we left off last session. So I think it makes sense to pick up where we left off, see what happens with it. But we did put a lot of work into it, as Representative Terry said. So I won't be supporting this motion, but appreciate everyone's opinion and thoughts. If there's any more committee discussion, do you have something, Senator Pouliot? No?
Well, yeah. I'm just like wondering am I the only one that wakes up in the morning and thinks that taxes in Maine are too high? It seems that way to me. I'm just like, I don't know why, like we have to keep adding so many taxes. It's like, I've only been on this call because I had a doctor's appointment this morning, and I've been on for like 15 minutes and there's already 3 proposals to jack up taxes in Maine. It's like, can someone please help me understand why we have to keep raising taxes? Like, why do we not have enough revenue as it is already? And why is there always this effort to villainize people who are maybe making money in this state? It's like they're bad people and they need to be penalized. I don't get it.
Well, I'm not sure if that, I mean, I don't know if I share that, Senator Pouliot, but Representative Sachs, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say that being new to the committee, this committee is slated to do 130 bills this session. We've passed one out of committee, which is Representative Sylvester's bill on reflecting an amendment to a referendum that was passed in 2016. So we've done one. That's raise revenue. I'm a little concerned actually at the amount of tax breaks or abatements that we've done without thinking about revenue. However, I've been very thoughtful, trying to be very thoughtful around which ones we actually consider. So we consider everything, but we've passed, if Julie can certainly correct me, but I believe we passed one so far and we've carried over some other ones. So thanks.
Go ahead, Representative Collins.
No, I just kind of echoing what Representative Sachs said is that in all reality, over decades at the federal and state level, we've reduced taxes. At the federal level, it's been greatly significant reductions in taxes over time for the top earners and more incentives and programs to help higher earners. You know, in the state, we changed thresholds for estate tax. We've lowered income taxes. So the real story is, in my lifetime, taxes have gone down greatly. The idea of the trickle down, that's somehow going to lift up everyone, hasn't been borne out. And actually, in any study they've done in Europe or the United States, it shows that that hasn't helped people. It's just concentrated wealth into the hands of a small group of people, while other incomes have suffered. The middle class has declined. So I don't really think that all we're doing is raising taxes and stopping people from making money. The amounts of wealth for the top earners has grown substantially. And the fact is, the cost of our government, our society keeps going up every year, and we don't have enough money to make all the needs. And so we're left with either going back to fairer tax policies we've had in the history, by the way, which were implemented by Republican presidents or lawmakers, or we're left with just having austerity and then tax shifts where we don't fund things at the federal level, we don't fund things at the state level, so we stick it to the property tax owner. So, I mean, I think that's what the real story is. And I would say that on the federal level, when I worked with the estate tax, I was heartened to see that many Republicans compromised with Democrats, and I had a conservative congressman in Georgia, more conservative than anyone I know in this legislature just about. He called myself and my colleagues names when we walked into his office. When we walked out, he had compromised because he said, you know what, I guess I should compromise and not just argue. And we came up with a very fair compromise at the federal level. I would hope we could compromise at the state level, but I'm not sure if that's the climate right now. But I do want to set the record straight that for decades we've been lowering taxes. We have not been raising them. And there's been issues because of that, meeting our basic needs. And the federal money flowing here to the state is a conditional funding stream, and that's not something we can turn on a tap forever. And we have serious structural issues, and if we don't rectify that, we are going to be in some serious dilemmas in the near future. So, thank you.
Representative Collins, and yeah, I mean, I would just, in response to what you said, Senator Pouliot, I mean, I think all of us, when we wake up each day, should be thinking about, not only, who's paying taxes and how much, but how things are going to be paid for. I mean, there's a number of bills that have come through this committee that all of us, if not close to all of us, have supported, on the preservation tax credit, on the capital seed tax credit, on the homestead exemption, on conformity, which I didn't vote for in the end, but were supported by most members on this committee. And those things, among others, cost money. Those things have to be paid for somehow. And so some of the bills that we were looking at that raised revenue could help pay for some of the other bills that we've supported. And we can't I don't think it's fair to just support things that cost money and not be supporting anything that brings in the revenue to pay for those things, or simultaneously not proposing what you would cut. I mean, if you want to pay for things, you have to either raise revenue or you have to cut things. And to not propose anything specifically that you'd like to cut and not support any ways of raising revenue, but then support all of these exemptions and credits and things like that cost money, that doesn't work. At the end of the day, things don't balance out. I mean, the state's books have to balance. We cannot run a deficit like some states. We have to have a balanced budget. So, Representative Sachs.
I apologize for my video being off and on, but I, of course, forgot this morning's session, Senator Pouliot, when we did barely pass a cigarette tax. So it's two out of 130, but I stand corrected. Thanks.
And Senator Pouliot.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the study to look at increasing taxes, Representative Terry's bill, which, let's be honest, I mean, there's definitely people in this legislature, some of them are on this committee, that want to raise taxes. It's not like a secret. We could try to cover it up and everything, but I think we just really need to give consideration instead to looking at increasing our balance sheet, if you will, by having more people living in Maine. Okay, we have 1.3 million people. You know, half of our workforce is going to be aged out within the next 10 years. We need to incentivize more people to come and live here, work here, and then participate. You know, if we had 2.5 or 3 million people living here, we wouldn't have to raise taxes. We could still leave our tax rate the way it was and have more revenues coming in. So I feel like our mindset is like so small in terms of what our potential is and our ability to focus on things to grow Maine and to be a more prosperous state, as opposed to trying to squeeze every last ounce out of every rock that we can find that's kicking around. It's like a lack mindset that doesn't help our state to grow and prosper. Instead, we sit around trying to figure out how to squeeze more out of who's here, as opposed to what can we create for incentives to get people to come to this state and grow our state. And to me, it's a tragedy that that mindset is so pervasive in this state, that we're so focused on trying to squeeze things out of what's already here, as opposed to how do we grow our state, get more people that want to come and live here, start businesses here, employ people. I mean, I don't know. There's other bills that are not in this committee that are not our jurisdiction, but are terrible bills, like the one to end, at will employment. Employers like can't even find people to come and work, and we're sitting here trying to figure out like how we're going to squeeze more money out of people when they die. It's crazy.
With all due respect, if folks can keep comments to the bill in front of us or close to the bill.
This is the bill in front of us.
Okay, we're talking about the LD 553 is definitely not in this committee. Go ahead, Representative Cherry.
I believe Representative Kryzak and Representative Carmichael were ahead of me.
Go ahead, Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In 2010, when I was a selectman, we were just coming out of the housing crisis. And for the first time, we had 125 families that were going into foreclosure on their houses because of taxes. I didn't increase real estate taxes to make up the difference. I came in, they told us we had $500,000 in the undesignated fund, but out of that 500,000, 350,000 was in unpaid taxes. So you don't raise the taxes when you're coming out of something like that. You do what you can. And I even got the teachers union and the support staff union to not take their step increases that year, because the families who they were serving, the parents of the kids that they were teaching, were not able to pay their taxes. So why should the teachers get a raise? So we did a memorandum of understanding. They took 1 year and didn't get their taxes. So my point is not to tax, but to cut spending where you can, especially coming out of this pandemic. We don't know how this is going to affect us financially in 2 years from now, because 2010, it took 2 years for everything to hit bottom because of the loss of income and the loss of value of property and everything that happened in 2008 and 2009. We don't know what's going to happen from this pandemic with all the businesses that have closed. We don't know how much income we're going to lose for the state because of the businesses that had to close. So I don't think this is the time that we should be raising any taxes.
Thank you for that. Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the senator that, that we need to raise revenues, but there's more than just raising taxes that can raise revenues. We can stimulate our economy, and the economic growth is the best way to raise revenues for the state. It doesn't take the money out of the private sector. It creates the money in the private sector and then transfers it to the government. So, I think if we can kind of take a little different look at that, it can be real beneficial. And I just also had a question, and this is out of my ignorance, but when's the last time our total state budget went down because we needed to cut spending?
Not sure if anybody here has that. I know it didn't happen under the previous governor. Spending continued to go up under a Republican governor as it has under other governors, but
Well, I didn't intend that as a bipartisan question. That was an honest question. I just.
yeah, I mean, I've been in legislature since 2010, since former Governor LePage was elected, and every year spending just went up and up and up over those 8 years. And, I don't know when it was went down, if at all. If anybody has that information, let us know. Go ahead, Representative Terry.
So I don't know. I can't really answer that question specifically, but I can answer that. I can objectively say that never have I ever seen prices go down on almost anything. I agree with Representative Carmichael that revenue is the way to go. That we are in it doesn't necessarily have to be taxes that does that. We have some incredible incentive programs for businesses in this state. Some of them written by this committee. I think that we are doing our level best to entice people to come here. I can tell you that my town has seen an absolutely incredible growth of humans moving into it, not from Maine, but from all over the place. I think that we are doing a really good job at growing our population by encouraging people to move here, for sure. And I believe that we have a ton of great incentive programs to do so. I also believe that there have been some cuts made over the course of the last 2 to 3 decades that have hurt us financially. And they've hurt us in a way where we do have trouble helping our seniors. We do have trouble, keeping people in their homes. And this is one of those cuts that came, that was an enormous cut for us. It went from less than $1 million threshold to a plus $5 million threshold. And I do understand that there are technical difficulties with that because we're tied to the federal code. That being said, there are things that we can do to mitigate some of that loss. The work that went into this particular bill was I think well thought out and well crafted, and took some great compromises. I think Representative Collins did a great job, doing the compromises that he mentioned that he did in Washington as well. So I think we can have this theoretical discussion until we see each other in a couple of weeks and continue it there. And I appreciate and understand the folks that are, are not in favor of this being the way to do it, that cutting spending is the way to do it. I also have not seen a single solitary thing that we can cut spending on that's not going to hurt someone. This particular bill that we're talking about here hurts pretty much no one. The person that made the money, who was leaving it to somebody else and turning that money into income for somebody else, is not one of those things that is a painful decision on the person that earned that. So when we say that we're hurting folks by doing something like this, I have to respectfully disagree that that's not the case. I will be paying an estate tax in the state of New York at one point or another in my life. And I made zero contribution to that income. So when it comes to me, it will be income that I made that I did no work for. So I'm comfortable with paying that. Again, I think that, again, the work that was put into this before merits my vote anyway, and how everybody else votes, I totally, I'm appreciative of and respect. But at the same time, I think we could talk about this. Like I said, I've been talking about it for 5 minutes. We could talk about this till the cows come home, and it will make very little difference.
Thank you for that, Representative Terry. And I'd also like to, I guess, pick up on a point you made about the cuts in spending. I mean, we've heard a couple members now of this committee talk about we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. But I've seen no specifics. I mean, I guess I would really challenge those members, if they can come up with some specifics of things they would cut, show us a proposal of what you actually would want to cut, because I think it's easy to say, cut spending, cut the budget, the state government's out of control, we're spending too much, and then not have any proposal on your own of what you would actually cut in reality. In terms of people moving to Maine, we're doing something right now, because under the leadership of our current governor and the legislature in the last 3 years, we're seeing significant number of people moving to Maine. In just the first quarter of this year, I'm sure Senator Pouliot's seen the reports, 37% of home sales in Maine are from people from out of state. That's over a third of all the home sales in the first quarter of this year, people coming in from out of state and buying property and moving to Maine. So as much as people complain about our taxation and how Maine is not competitive with other states and all of that, we're doing something right, because people are moving here right now. And that's a good thing, I think, for the most part, although it puts a squeeze on our housing market for local people, local young families to buy homes. That's an issue, but we don't have a problem with attracting people to Maine right now. Go ahead, Representative Krasik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On your point about, say, where you can cut, speaking for this senior, you leave more money in my pocket, I'll take care of myself. You don't have to have any state programs for me.
Go ahead, Representative Hanley.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Everyone's making the point here that there's a philosophical vein of thinking. One group thinks that you can take wealth from other people, and another group says no. There has to be a balance between all that. But I want to remind everyone that the economic forecast for Maine, the revenue income over the next 2 years is what, $900 million above projections. We're going to be awash in money. I cannot understand why you want to raise taxes when the projection is we're going to be in money right up to our eyeballs. The thing that we have the hardest problem doing is when we get money, we have to spend. It's like we're a fever. We have to spend every bit of it. When you have a surplus of money, it's because you've collected too much tax. You should return that money to the people that paid it. Because when you call it a surplus, that means you have more than you need. And a government agency is a nonprofit. We're not supposed to be profiting here. So to keep the constant drumbeat of taxation, more taxation, developing new taxes, new ideas, is a wrong philosophy. We already have too much money. It's there now in front of us. And the wheelbarrow full of federal money that's about to get dumped on us is another reason to stop spending and stop taxing. Good heavens. You know where I am on this. Thank you very much.
So I agree with Representative Terry that I'm not going to change anyone's mind. The only thing I'm going to say is that, speaking to your point, Senator Chipman, I would say that the reason why we're doing so well as a state is where we're at in terms of tax structure. I'm not giving credit to anybody for that. I'm just saying that, I mean, what would it hurt us to just leave things alone for like 3 years? Step back, just let the train go down the tracks. You know what I mean? As opposed to continually looking at ways that we got to have to add another cart to this train. We got to pick somebody up here. We got to do this. I mean, what's wrong with maintaining the status quo and just leaving things the way that they are? If it's working, why fix it? I'm very, very thankful that the governor has recently said that she's very concerned with how progressive some of the Democrat caucus is becoming, and she's going to have to keep things in check. And thank God for that, because the reality is I don't think we need to change things. She has a great message. Welcome home. Come to this state. I support that. You know, I know most of you support that as well. Why can't we just leave well enough alone, take a step back for a minute and just let things be stable, as opposed to having to jack up more taxes? I really just, anyway, I'm voting no. It's not going to change anybody's mind. I'm very thankful that the governor has said that she would not have any tax increases and will veto this bill.
So Senator Pouliot, just to clarify, when you say leave things alone, are you saying that no taxes need to be cut? The Maine's competitive enough right now with the 37% of home sales being from out of state, people moving here, and that things are very competitive and Maine's an attractive place currently, right?
Yeah, leave things the way that they are.
Okay. Representative Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while I actually have surprisingly agreed often with Senator Pouliot in this committee, I don't agree that we just did a ton of work in trying to, again, do a slew of abatements and credits. And also being in the healthcare field, there are many, many places that are not okay with me because of the loss of revenue we've had over the state in terms of kids and our behavioral health system and kids being treated out of state and the wait list for elderly and in-home supports. So there are some revenue gaps that we have not been able to fill yet here in terms of necessary services. I do think it's irresponsible that we've done a slew of bills for credits for both businesses but also in trying to lift people with property tax relief, which is great. Go 5% revenue sharing. So for me, I will be supporting this bill because it, like Madam Chair said, this is one of the few areas where we can balance the scales from all of the abatements and credits that we have done to have an accompanying thoughtful restoration of a policy that had been in force for many, many years. And so seems like a very thoughtful way to balance those scales. So I appreciate the conversation, but I will be voting for this particular bill.
Great. Representative Kryzak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've mentioned several times about all the people moving into town. The people I've talked to in my district that have moved in from out of state have moved in because of COVID. Businesses have realized that you can work at home now, and it's saving the business a lot of money because they don't have to have the buildings and the offices and all those kinds of things. So they are selling their houses for quite a bit more money than so they're buying bigger places here in Maine. And their income is going to be switching from whatever state they came from to Maine. So we're going to have a huge increase in income tax from all of those folks that are working from home moving to Maine. So we're already going to get a tax increase because of this movement that's happening now.
No, I appreciate that. I just, for the last, 12 years now, I've been serving in the legislature. I've heard a lot of arguments about how Maine's not competitive and taxes are too high and people are, people are leaving the state. Nobody wants to stay here because their tax burden's too much. And it just doesn't seem to be the case with what's going on right now. And just kind of interesting what's happening. But go ahead, Representative Collins.
Hi, can you hear me? I had some technical difficulties.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a couple things, and I've heard in the public hearing and after is that the estate tax is different from an inheritance tax. The estate, and an estate tax, the estate itself pays the tax, not the heirs. In the inheritance tax, it's different. The people that inherit the money have some liability. When the estate tax is planned, someone who has a sizable estate hires someone and they make sure that that tax will be taken care of if it's going to be assessed. So the people getting this windfall of these assets are not going to be taxed or burdened. Now, the other thing I want to say is that someone from a bankers group said that this this kind of is a deterrent for the creation of wealth, and it actually isn't. And I'll remind people that in the 1950s, when growth in wealth was astronomical, tied to inflation, the estate tax was actually 4 times higher than it is today, and then it did not slow down the growth of wealth at all. So I just wanted to clarify those things, and also I want to clarify. I know we're talking in general about taxes and migration and how that all kind of weaves together. What we're talking about in an estate tax is a very direct and select tax, which a very small amount of people are going to pay. It's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percent. And it's the estate that's going to be assessed the tax, not the person inheriting it. So no one inheriting a fortune is going to be assessed anything personally. And furthermore, the big push for getting rid of estate tax and what led to us changing the amount in 2011 or 12, or when I think it was 2011, it was a national push by people that wanted to, they couldn't get what they wanted at the federal level. They started going to the state level, trying to change the estate tax. And it was the most wealthy people, like multi-billionaires, who didn't want to have in their estate this assessment of a tax at all. And they didn't have a very strong case since they had so much money. So then they started to bring in small businesses, and they said, well, you know, why don't you look at them? This is going to hurt them. It's going to hurt these small farmers and whatnot. And so reporters went around the country and they went state by state, and they could not find one farm that was lost to the estate tax. So just to be clear, when we're talking about taxes and fairness and economic growth and trickle down economics and whatnot, this is not a tax that's being proposed that every single person in the state, or even any person in the state that has a business, or any person that inherits anything, is going to be assessed with. It's a fraction of a percent. We have considerable exceptions for farms, for fisheries, for logging, because those industries in the last session were the ones speaking the most loudly to protect them further beyond the protections they already had. So that's why those amendments were put in, based on the input from those industries, who are the ones saying that they would be hurt the most. So that's what we did to remedy that. But again, this is something that affects very little people. It was championed by a Republican president because he felt the concentration of wealth was going into too few hands. And just like the founding fathers didn't want a monarchy, a few people controlling everyone, they were very disturbed at the time when this was championed by President Theodore Roosevelt, that there was too much power in the hands of the wealthy. There was too many discrepancies in wealth, and they wanted to level the playing field. So that's what really the estate tax is about. It's not anything to do with the general population for the most part. It's very limited. It's something that was a good idea over 100 years ago and has been a tradition, and that's what it really is. And so there are not going to be small businesses going out because of this. People are not going to say, I'm not moving to Maine because you might be adjusting your estate tax. When we did have it at the 2 million level, I'm trying to take it back to, no businesses were crying, I'm leaving the state of Maine because you have a $2 million estate tax. They were thriving, they were doing well. So I think that's sort of what this is really about. And I just wanted to re-summarize that before we voted. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Collins, for the history on that. Senator Pouliot.
So, I mean, if we're talking about the federal government, I'll vote right now for an amendment for us to conform with the estate tax exemption at the federal level. Let's go to 11.1 million for singles and 22.3 million for married couples. If that's what you'd like to do, Representative Collins, I'd support that in a heartbeat. The reality is, yeah, the people are dead, and we're talking about who are we going to harm? I don't understand what this mindset is, waking up, and who are we going to penalize, and who's going to feel pain and all this kind of garbage. You know what I mean? It's like, none of these heritage industries came to us and testified, in favor of this legislation. They didn't come and say, hey, we need more taxes in this state. So I don't understand why we're trying to carve them out. And the logging industry is like all but dead in this state. And I don't understand, why we're even discussing this. I don't get it. But the reality is, what happens with wealthy people? Before they die, they go to states like Florida or whatever, and they domicile their residents there because they can. And then when they die, we read in the obituary, so-and-so of whatever, Naples, Florida, or whatever. And we don't even get this. So basically what we're collecting, we're trying to go after money from people who maybe don't take that step to protect their assets. It's less expensive for them to just buy another place in another state, and then we never get anything. So this mindset, again, is broken. I'm sorry that it's the mindset that you have in terms of like the only way to grow our state is by like taxing more people. But I'm really hopeful that, we have an opportunity to vote on a veto of this legislation, because I'm sorry, folks, but it's just no way to grow our state. It really isn't. I mean, we could just leave things alone the way that they are in terms of our tax structure. And then we can talk about, like we've already talked about collectively as a group, very successfully, What are things that are real incentives that are going to help people? Like, for instance, paying off student college debt, things of that nature. I just don't get this. It's not going to help our state. And I really wish we would just move the question and vote.
Thank you, Senator Pouliot. Thank you for those thoughts. And sorry you're waking up with thoughts like that. So I think we just have different mindsets on this, and maybe we just agree to disagree. Any further committee discussion or comments, questions? Seeing no hands up, I think we're ready to vote. So we will now vote the motion of ought to pass is amended on the table. All those in favor, please signify.
I think the vote is ought not to pass.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. The vote is ought not to pass. That's right. You're correct. There was a motion made of ought not to pass. If you oppose the bill, you vote in favor of this motion. If you support the bill, you vote no. All those in favor of ought not to pass, please signify.
For those supporting the ought not to pass motion, I have Senator Pouliot and Representatives Kryzak and Carmichael.
All those opposed?
For those opposed to the motion, I have Senator Chipman, Representative Terry, Representative Matlack, Representative Sachs, and Representative Gramlich and Collings.
So that motion fails. Further committee discussion? Representative Terry.
I'd like to make a motion ought to pass as amended.
And the amendments for the fiscal note?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no amendment proposed by the sponsor, I don't think. So the ought to pass on the bill as presented with the amendment for the fiscal note. Ought to pass as amended is the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Matlack. Committee discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of ought to pass as amended, please signify.
For those in favor of the motion, I have Senator Chipman, Representatives Terry, Collings, Gramlich, Matlack, and Sachs.
All those opposed?
And for those opposed, I have Senator Pouliot and Representatives Kryzak and Carmichael.
The minority reports ought not to pass. Ought not to pass. Okay. So we'll close the work session on LD 1524. We have one more bill. We're still in work session on LD 1704. Which Julie's already given us the analysis on. This is Representative Talbot Ross's bill. Representative Sachs. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Julie. Did you have something?
I realized I neglected to turn a page when I was describing 1704, and I neglected to mention an additional provision that's in 1704 that's not in the other bill. It directs the Maine State Housing Authority in consultation with the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine tribal populations to develop a racial equity assessment tool to use when evaluating project funding and report to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing on the development of this tool no later than October 1st, 2022.
Okay, excellent. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Representative Sachs.
So, Mr. Chair, normally I would have made a motion of ought not to pass because it's so similar to the one we just passed. But I'm wondering, given the discussion that we had this morning from Eric Jorgensen from the Maine Housing Authority regarding the home fund, is this something we can table and carry over so that we can see where the home fund piece goes? I'm very concerned after what he said this morning. I really supported Representative Bailey's bill around, again, tax deferment for seniors and how that may be paid for by the home fund. But I'm concerned by the deficit that he says is, and the slew of other bills, as we were just talking about revenue. And so my question is, can I request this to be tabled and put into the discussion tomorrow as a carryover would be my suggestion.
Yeah, would you like to make that as a motion?
Yes, if that's appropriate.
I mean, I mean, if you're asking if you can if you can do that, yes, I mean, you could make a motion of, to table the bill and to add it to our list of carryovers for discussion tomorrow.
Yes, that's what I'd like to do. Again, I didn't expect to, except for our discussion this morning.
Okay.
And so I'm happy to get other information if there's stuff tomorrow that, if it can't be included in our carryovers, I'm fine with that.
Well, it can, I mean, we can, you can make a motion to table the bill and add it to our list of carryover bills. And, we talk about it along with the others tomorrow. So is that what you'd like to do?
I'll say yes, although I apologize because I realize now as it's coming out of my mouth that cuts off all discussion. So huge apologies if I table it.
Well,
and carry it over till tomorrow.
You want to hold off and let us people speak?
Well, I think Representative, my friend Mickey Carmichael, so I
Okay.
can wait for a minute
Yeah.
and then have him do his comment and then do that. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that, Representative Carmichael.
No, it's a good point. I'm glad you're cognitive of that. So we want the other people to be able to speak. So Representative Carmichael, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't intend to have my hand up, but thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion from anybody? And there isn't, there's interest in making a motion to table, add it to the list of carryovers, but before that motion's made, if anybody else wants to speak, not seeing any of their hands up. Oh, go ahead, Representative Terry.
I was just going to say, I think I agree. I mean, again, having the discussion with the Honorable Jorgensen this morning, I like the idea of holding on to this a little bit and talking about ways to, if this is the way to, if this is what that money is used for, that would make me a happy girl. So yeah, I just want to make sure, Julie, you did have your hand up, but you took it down. Are you good? Do you have anything else to add? No. Okay. So I would support tabling it as well and just put it on tomorrow's list.
Okay.
And then I move to table this and put it on the list for tomorrow.
Okay, is the motion to table and add this to our list of carryover bills for tomorrow? Is there a second? Representative Collins?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Collins. Motion made by Representative Sachs. Further committee, no discussion because it's a tabling motion. We can't discuss. So all those in favor, please signify.
For those in favor of the tabling motion, I have Senator Chipman and Representatives Terry, Collins, Gramlich, Matlack, and Sachs.
All those opposed?
For those opposed, I have Senator Pouliot and Representatives Carmichael and Kryzak.
Okay, motion carries. So that bill will be tabled and added to our list of carryover requests. So we'll close the work session on LD 1704, which is the final bill scheduled for today for work session. Do you have anything else for us, Julie?
I have 4 amendment reviews for you.
Okay, great.
Let me bring them up here. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, we can see the top part of it. It's kind of big, but just the very
Amendment
top
review
part.
LD 1277.
Yeah, it's just the very top of it though. It's just above line 10 is all we can see.
Yes, but that's all I can get onto the screen at once. I'll see if I can get a little bit more, but actually it only goes to line 13 on this one. LD 1277 is one of the 2 bills where is this, the first one on the list, is one of the 2 bills relating to the sales tax, proposing a sales tax exemption for gold and silver coins and bullion. And you had a divided report on each of them. One was 1277 and the other was 1371. Both of these are in this list. You'll see it's amend the bill by incorporating the fiscal note. That's the only thing. And the fiscal note is a loss of sales tax revenue of $264,687 in FY22, 539 or 540 in FY23, and then continuing to go up a little bit each year after that. There's no positions required, so no appropriations. And if you look at the one for, scrolling down to 1371, which is the second bill, it looks exactly the same. Amend the bill by incorporating the fiscal note. And if you look at the amounts, the revenue amounts are the same as in 1277. These two bills are essentially exactly the same, except one of the bills refers to gold and silver coins as specie. It's like species, only it's singular.
Yeah.
It's a word that was unfamiliar to me. Other than that, its specie is defined exactly the way that the gold coins are defined in the other bills. So these bills are exactly the same, but you had divided reports on each of them with people going different ways on different bills, I think. So you've got two of them.
Okay.
There are two other bills.
Any committee comments or questions about these? No? Okay.
Okay, I'm going back to the top. Rats. Oh, there's 1216. Okay. LD 1216 is sponsored by Representative Terry, but it's a Department of Administrative and Financial Services bill. This is the annual act to amend the tax laws that Maine Revenue Services adds in. The amendment is including provisions that Maine Revenue Services
I'm sorry,
requested.
Julie, I'm still seeing 1277.
You're not
Yeah,
seeing
1277 still on our screen.
Having this problem again. Okay, let me try one more time. How about now? Are you seeing 1216 now?
Yes, we are.
Oh, good. I don't know why that happened. This is the Maine Revenue Services bill. They came to the public hearing and asked for some provisions to be added that were changes that they had discovered after the bill was printed, and you agreed to include them. I imagine somebody is there from Maine Revenue Services in the background. If you have any questions about any of it, there are quite a few of them actually, but I'm not really prepared to talk about them other than to say that they are included in there. There is a fiscal note on the bill that says it's in there because one of the things that's done is to eliminate a transfer from the medical use of marijuana fund to the general fund. And because that transfer is not being made, this is indicating that although the transfer was made in fiscal year 1920, that it was not reflected in the general fund revenue forecast, and therefore eliminating it does not have a fiscal impact. It also indicates that additional costs, because there are changes to the educational opportunity credit in here, to make, there are technical provisions to make it easier to administer. The Department of Education, the University of Maine system, and the Maine Community College system, and Maine Maritime Academy, their costs can be absorbed within existing resources. Otherwise, there's no fiscal impact beyond that. There's no amounts of money anywhere or anything.
Okay.
And the final one, I can find it. It's the other thing that's moved around in here. LD 1342. It's an act to authorize a local option sales tax on lodging and other goods to provide funding for tax abatement and rental relief. This is Representative Sylvester's local option sales tax bill. The committee amendment is to add in prepared food and to take out the reference to the possibility of imposing this local option sales tax on other goods, since that term wasn't really defined well. So the title gets changed. Instead of saying a sales tax, local option sales tax on lodging and other goods, it now says a sales tax, a local option sales tax on prepared food and lodging. And it makes the changes to add in the prepared food to the items that can be taxed. It removes the provision that the bill requires that this local option tax be adopted at a local referendum, and the bill specified a percentage of the vote in the last gubernatorial election that had to be voting in that election in order for it to count. And your amendment proposed to take out that requirement of the relationship to a previous gubernatorial election. So this is saying, I don't know if you can read this very well, but this part down here on lines 26 to 31 is striking the language that refers to that gubernatorial election requirement.
Okay.
Finding
that
my
it?
notes again for a second, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. No, I think that's it.
All right, any committee discussion, comments, questions? Everybody okay with the amendments? Not seeing any hands up, so I think we're all set, Julie. Did you have anything else for us?
No, I did want to mention that what I had prepared to do, if this will be helpful for you, is now that you have now voted on all bills that are before you, many of them to be tabled, obviously. I was going to put together a list of all of those bills that have not yet received a final disposition from the committee and send that to you, so you would have a list of everything for your meeting tomorrow. It's my understanding that you plan to go over those and decide which ones you want to request to carry over. I'm not sure whether you intend to vote on the other bills or not, but tomorrow is your last day to meet, so.
Yeah, we do have a work session on Senator Jackson's bill, I think, tomorrow. So we haven't voted on that one yet. But
Oh, do you? Well, it's on the list of ones that you haven't voted, yes.
Okay.
But I didn't know that you'd chosen it officially as a work session.
Well, I think we plan to discuss the list of all the other bills that we have basically tabled to be added to the list of carryover requests. So there's that list of bills to discuss and take up tomorrow, and then there'd be a work session on Senator Jackson's bill, and we can vote on that or carry that over. But I don't think there's been any requests made to carry it over, so I assume that's going to be a regular work session on that bill.
Okay.
Representative Terry, is that your understanding?
Yes.
So work
So I
session.
should, on the calendar, I should note it as a work session on LD 1713 and then discussion of all other bills not voted.
Yeah, I think the rest of them on there, we've had at least one work session on.
Except for the three concept drafts, one for each of the chairs and one for Representative Barry.
Correct.
Yeah.
Those have not had a public hearing.
Right. Okay.
Work session.
They've not had a public hearing.
The concept drafts haven't had
Or a
public
work
hearings,
session.
yeah. They're concept drafts that were put in basically as vehicles for should we need it. I mean, those are not, there's no language for any of those three concept drafts. So they wouldn't have had a public hearing, I don't think, but the other bills have all had a public hearing and many of them have had work sessions as well.
Yep.
So anything else we need to discuss? Representative Terry, you think we're all set?
All set.
All right, well, we'll adjourn the meeting of the Committee on Taxation and see everyone tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
See you later.